And by that time, we already had consumed half the address space. It's called legacy address space, which was the address space that was just handed over for free to a lot of companies and the government that wanted to have access or let's say promote the internet in their country. And then the many organizations have been started, like the REIRS, and a lot of discussions at the IETF. And then it was agreed that the internet needed to move from primarily an internet based on a research protocol into a production protocol. So the invention or redesign of IPv4 into IPv6 was a really fundamental step. And there were also some other proposals, not at 3, 7, 8, and 9 were also proposed. But but our friend John Postel, has preferred the IPv6 approach because it was clean slate. It's still IPv4, but in a clean slate way, and especially to be totally non-compatible with IPv4, so that we can sunset the current internet and move to IPv6 only, which was the right thing to do. So fundamentally, the prime success of the internet at the beginning was end-to-end, so peer-to-peer, because at that time you had just universities and they wanted to share with each other information and documents and so on and so forth. But in the meantime, the internet has been rather controlled by major companies, and it moved from an end-to-end into one to everyone. So it became centralized. And I think that's not the right direction that we should take. So with the IPv6, we can do peer-to-peer, and we see that already with very big applications like WhatsApp, although they are using the identifier as the phone number, and then it sees what is the current IP address that these devices are connected to. And then they connect them, and that's where you have peer-to-peer, and even it claims to do also cybersecurity in this case, encrypting voice and data between these parties. So that's really a very strong argument for IPv6 in order to do the end-to-end communication. So really we're at the beginning of a very big innovation, couple of decades in front of us, when the developers understand what's the use of end-to-end systems in the future instead of the centralized thing that we have today. So basically, most of you, in terms of IPv4, you don't have certain sovereignty on the internet. So you're just consumers, because you are behind a NAT, network address translation, which means that an IP address is shared among a lot of people. It's kind of a communist protocol instead of having an identifier for each one, which IPv6 is now promising, since the address space is in the trillion IP addresses. So it will last for at least another 100 years until a very smart African will come up with a new version. But currently you are in the luggage class. So only the servers do have routable IPv4 addresses. And those that are using IPv6 are basically in certain business class, but a lot of people don't even know it. And our approach is to push for IPv6 only for all kind of new applications. We see that already with 5G, with cloud computing, so Amazon is pushing for IPv6. And then IoT, and today IoT is not things to things, it's just the telecom IoT, which we have today. So we are trying to restore the end-to-end model. So in terms of deployment, so we have primarily a big push in Asia. So 60% of the IPv6 penetration is happening in Asia, with China and India. China with something like 850 million IPv6 users, and India with 450. So total Asia about 160 compared to 135 million in the US. It's very normal because Asia didn't have address space. I remember back in 2000, India had only about 200,000 IP addresses, and China had only about 8 million IPv4 addresses. So the call there was very easy. That's why we have pushed for this. And obviously now we are working on Africa. And I think people like Mukwam at Afrinic are doing a very good job in this area. And now we are pushing to create a task force or an IPv6 council in the various countries in Africa in order to do the same thing like we have done in the other countries. So if we look at the deployment of IPv6 on the website, it's very interesting that most of the African countries are using Cloudflare for their websites, so they get automatically IPv6, but out of the US, not from their own country ISPs, because the majority are still in the lower 10% V6 deployments. And this is thanks to the work that's, especially for Nigeria, as president of the IPv6 Council. And we had an event last year where we had the support from the Minister of Communication and from my friend Kashifu Inua Abdullahi. He's a top Cisco celebrated and certified engineer, and he's the president of the regulator of Afrinic. So I think you have, and I think your event is also having at least the Minister of Communication in your event, which is very important. So this is one of the rare countries where the top management of the government is promoting the modernization of the networks and talking about this digital transformation, which is for us basically the internet penetration in various sectors, be it enterprise and the governments. So if we look at what's a consultancy company called Roland Berger, they have seen that the impact by the end of this decade of IPv6 on the various sectors is in the area of $10 trillion, which is about 10% of the world GDP. So primarily it will be touching enterprise, so manufacturing, but also all the other sectors, so finance, transportation, healthcare, education, and government, obviously. And this will be due to the edge networks, so IoT, edge network communications, so healthcare, food supply chain, and the likes. So quick words about the web generation. So Tim Berners-Lee has invented the web when he was at CERN, and that was the first killer application of the internet. And then Tim O'Reilly has forked basically Web 1 to Web 2.0. It was primarily for the new social media and especially the active or interactive video and streaming and so on and so forth, although not based on any standard. So the reaction of Tim Berners-Lee, as he was upset with that kind of hijacking of the web, started the Web 3.0, and he was focusing at the beginning on semantic web, but in the meantime, he's focusing on a very important topic called SOLID. SOLID stands for Social Linked Data. SOLID. SOLID is the response to the entire industry, which is taking all private data from people and making money out of it without giving anything back to people. So this is really an irresponsible type of approach to private data of the people. So with Solid, he will give each one the chance to put his data in what is called a pod. And then when you go to any website, they will ask you if you want to be paid by giving them your private data, whatever it is, $1, $2, or whatever, depending on the volume, so that you also can make money similar to what the influencers are doing today. So they're pushing for people to join them for whatever purpose, and they get advertising and so on. So you have hundreds, if not millions, of people making money out of just creating some kind of context, which could be very interesting to everyone. But in the future, I think we should promote that each one should be paid for his private data. And then with Dave Raggett, who is one of the prime officers of Tim Berners-Lee at W3C, we are working on him on what is called Web of Things, because the web is too heavy for IoT devices. This is still under work. Then we have what is called Web 3, which is blockchain, started by getting with the core inventor of Ethereum. So this is more for, at the beginning for cryptocurrency like Ethereum, but it's not based on the standardization done by Tim Berners-Lee, in this case by W3C. But I think the most promising one is MetaNet, which looks at how to combine IPv6, Web 3.0, and BSV definition of blockchain for primarily the enterprise and the government. And I think that's a very important topic for us all in the future. So if I can move on to the other topics, obviously, I think you have heard about AI in the previous speech. So AI is going to be consuming a lot of backbone capacity. So we're promoting now, similar to the wireless world, when you have 3G, 4G, 5G, and now talking about 6G. The same thing is also getting now organized by a couple of organizations to which, and my people from the IPv6 forum are promoting, what is the concept of Net 5G, and then the road even to next 6G for the backbone to move from the majority on 200, 400 gigabits per second, especially for Africa. People are going to be using a lot of AI, especially with video. So video streaming today is in the area of 65 to 75% of the internet, which is massive. And AI is going to be doubling this every year. So it's going to hurt a lot of ISPs, to push that. So we're trying to, make a bit of balance between promoting the networking, but as well as the access protocols. The wireless generations, so I'll jump directly on 3G. So when 3G was in the design, most of the 3GPP people, especially the telecom operators, did not want to have the internet on 3G. They wanted to have only the ISPs or mobile operators to have their services. They offered them to their customers, so they didn't want to have the internet access. So I explained to them that at that time we already had about 500 million internet users, and these are the smartest people in the world. So if they want to access 3G, the wireless one, it will take a lot of time to make that success story. It took us about 6 months to convince them, and it worked out. So we promoted IPv6 at the beginning, but we found out that most of the vendors didn't have IPv6. So they went back to IPv4 and NAT. It's only with 5G that you have deployment with 6G. And we created through that the second killer application of the internet. And then, it moved on to 5G, and now we're combining Net 5.5G over IPv6, especially with 6G, which is in the making. So we're talking about, very high throughputs up to terabit per second. But the terahertz has certain restrictions. So it's not like 5G frequency, which can go through walls and windows and what have you. So terahertz, is blocked by the walls, and outside, if it rains, also the frequency or the spectrum is corrupted. So it will have more deployments in indoor companies. So for instance, data centers where you have spaghetti fiber. So you can get rid of the fiber optic cabling, and you can put just a terahertz modem. And this would be very important for supply chains and so on and so forth, or for manufacturing that use fiber optic. So they can just use, in this case, wireless fiber, to change the manufacturing chain at any time. Instead of waiting for 6 months, you can do it within a week. Then we have the IoT generation. So there's a bit of fake news in this one. So Kevin Ashton, when he introduced RFID which was also a big innovation. And during one conference back in 1990, he said that RFID is basically the Internet of Things. So instead of network of things, because RFID does not have even the capacity to have an IP address inside, let alone to be connected directly to the internet. But it created a buzz. A lot of people are talking about IoT, not knowing that it started with a fake protocol. And so IoT has been struggling to make, in this case, things to things. And this is where the promise in the third generation of IoT is to have a two-way IoT, in this case, things to things. And this will be one of the biggest instant data in the future, where AI is going to be basing its collection of data, to give you something which is sensible. So decision-making coming out of IoT will be very important in the future. So despite the fact it was fake news, so it has pushed a lot of people to do primarily telecom IoT, which is very big, but it's not really the thing that IPv6 was designed for. Only one company in Japan called NTT Docomo has converted its telecom IoT into an IPv6 IoT for about 1.5 million IoT devices. So we're waiting for their publication on the outcome of this one. Then we have data generations. So I'm not going into detail on this one, but basically big IoT data. So the third one is going to be very more important than the big data itself. So big data is an old data, and big IoT data is going to be what I mentioned, the instant data that is going to be used. And we have a lot of people talking about data spaces. So this is for the industry when they have a lot of suppliers, so subcontractors, and they want to do just-in-time communication about, when manufacturer needs so much of suppliers to support him, and the other ones less, so we'll be able to time, in this case, their production. And this is an idea in Germany, so it's working there. It will take time in order to spread around the world. Then we have cloud computing. So people that think Africa didn't contribute, let me tell you that the inventors of cloud computing are two South Africans from Cape Town University. That's Pinkham and Van Biljon. And they invented cloud computing, and at that time it was called Elastic IP, because it didn't have many routing IP addresses. So they were just juggling between the IP addresses. And they were hired by Amazon back in 2005 and created the AWS. And in the meantime, they have left to create many other companies. So basically, so thanks to these two South Africans, or Africans, whatever I call it, we have one of the biggest innovations on the internet. Cloud computing will be very important for deployment of IPv6, especially in small and medium enterprises and any companies that are not really internet companies, but just only consumers of the internet. They don't have the knowledge how to do that. So cloud computing can help them at the beginning and how to understand how it functions. So as of late, this lady, Alexandra from AWS, has added IPv6 to Amazon AWS for certain reasons. One, up to February, they have bought about $1 billion worth of IPv4 addresses. And by introducing IPv6, now, since February, they're charging any customer who's using IPv4, to recollect the $1 billion they have spent on IPv4. And they think that by the end of this year, that $1 billion is coming back just by the implementation of IPv6, especially this lady from Hungary. So knowledge can come from any part of the world. And then AI, so there's a story behind it. This is nothing new, really. So at the beginning, Alan Turing has talked about machine intelligence. And in 1952, John McCarthy has coined the words artificial intelligence and discussed, in this case, calling the father of AI. More importantly is when IBM, with its Deep Blue, defeated the world chess champion Garry Kasparov. That's basically when they have understood that, I think machines can also think as well, if not even better than some of the champions. I'll skip all this. So up to 2021, GPT-3 opened by OpenAI. And one of the secrets that not too many people know, the designer of OpenAI, or AI as such, is a lady from Albania, called Mira, and she was the CTO of the company. So it's not an American lady. So from Albania, nobody has expected this to happen. Had the chance to meet her and understand where she comes from. So congratulations to, similar to the previous lady from Hungary, so another one from Albania. So it's quite amazing that people from around the world, they go to the US and do wonderful things. So generations, for the time being, nothing can beat the thinking brain. But, with AI, first generations, so it's primarily pattern-based, logic and rules and machines learning. So this is implemented in computers today and for translations and spam filters and self-driving cars. And AI 2.0, it's zillions. So primarily video is going to be very important. This is what I was mentioning about the backbone is going to be hit dramatically because basically media, so be it films or whatever. So with AI, you can produce videos fast. And videos production is very difficult for a lot of people. That's why we are not really, it's one of the press and some specialists. But tomorrow, or even today, using whatever famous AI applications, you can produce your own video. You just have to write the text and then produce a video. And you will be seeing that things like, TikTok and so on, I want to boom. We have thousands of these happening. Then I'm afraid of the third generation, which is when we achieve the thinking machines, which is like thinking brains. They're for sure going to be as smart as us, but faster. So it's like inviting aliens from another planet to come and visit us, and we have to create total things, to control these guys. So governance, ethics, and many issues that we don't yet comprehend. So already today we see the great benefits of AI, but also the great destruction you can do with this. This is very normal for any new technology. You just have to be smart. Not too quickly to regulate them, but to give it some time to see how it functions, whether people are using for the good purpose or for the bad purpose. And then you know how you can put restriction on these things. So don't hurry to block AI that will be not intelligent as such. Finally, the cybersecurity, which is really a very important topic. And I think a lot is happening in this area, but not too many people talk about it. Because first of all, they don't know how to handle it. And second, you will lose trust if your bank says it has been hacked. So they prefer to pay ransomware. But it's already started in ARPANET back in the 60s and 70s, primarily 70s. So the first kind of just a prank. So Bob Thomas sent a prank called Creeper on ARPANET. And then Ray Tomlinson created the first antivirus. And Ray Tomlinson is the inventor of email. On his teletypewriter, he had the @ sign on it, which was the only single thing that he has used, in this case for email, to split the name and the server behind it, which is the greatest invention. And he invented also the mouse that has been taken only by Apple at that time, to introduce it, to facilitate many things. So in the meantime, we're using just our fingers on the screen to get these things done. But it takes a lot of effort to do that in the internet. So it started with the crime espionage introduced by Marcus Hess, and the Russian cyber power. And then you have the Morris war. So I'm just taking the big ones. So there are multiple of these. But this one went very viral. It started by Robert Morris himself. And in the meantime, hacking is big business. So ransomware, malware, nation states attacks, and similar. Finally, the peer-to-peer applications is really the essence of the internet at the beginning, and we have killed many of these things. So the biggest peer-to-peer application is today WhatsApp, because WhatsApp it uses the identifier, the phone numbers as an identifier, as I mentioned earlier on, but then it looks at the IP address, be it IP4 and IPv6, and the source and destination, and connect these two. That's peer-to-peer. Then in this case, you can do encryption. Okay, so unless the encryption is controlled by a single company, whether it is in the US or Europe and so on, so then we can ask that encryption to be open for a specific case. So in the future, I would expect they will have more peer-to-peer applications based on IPv6 for all kind of purpose. And the biggest killer application, which has been turned from Satoshi Nakamoto from non-blockchain solution into a crypto money, which is now, in the area of $2 trillion, which is quite a lot of money. But the problem with it is some people are making money and the rest is losing. So it can be good for the world. And as I mentioned earlier on, the important thing is really to use blockchain for the enterprise and government. And there's, we have lack of security in the internet, especially for governments and enterprise. I know it's very complex to deploy blockchain, but I've been working on it for the last 3 to 4 years.
Hello, Professor.
And you see, very good concepts that can be used, to implement it. Primarily, you have to verify the source. Then you have to create a story, the history of the data, just by simple time stamping, and then make the data immutable, which means nobody can change the data.
I have to.
This will be fundamental for AI, and I have finished them. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. This was interesting. So for all the questions you've had during Professor Latif's session, I'd like us to just note it down. The ushers will come around, take it, and then we'll have a response to you on the social media. Thank you so much for your session, sir. We really appreciate your time, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We have other panelists online waiting to join the session. Thank you so much, sir. So I'd like us to welcome the next session, which is called Training the Next Generation of AI Thinkers in Africa. So what I see here is the AI talent is scarce everywhere, but in Africa, the gap is even wider. Universities are struggling to keep up, and young people are often trained only to use tools and not to create them. So this conversation is we're going to teach the next generation, this generation, how to think about this growth that is coming and not miss out on the wave. So moderating this session is Nosike Nwegene, the media advisor on startup, ecosystems, and digital policy. Hello, sir. Please, you're welcome. Let's have a round of applause for him. And virtually, we have Mr. Paul Ojo, the founder for Project Connect. Mr. Paul, are you on? And secondly, we have Olushola Ajayi, who is a principal consultant at Stratagem Africa. He's here with us and is going to be taking us on a very interesting journey. Hello, Mr. Shola, you're welcome. You're welcome, sir. Round of applause, please. Thank you. And third on that list is Lusanda Omelo, the founding managing director for Find AI for that. Is she here? Are we here? Hi, Lusanda.
Hello, good day. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you loud and clear. You're welcome.
Great.
Good morning to
Thank you.
Great. And fourth on the list is Boluwaji Fagwaro. You were here yesterday with your awesome presentation. Hello, sir. Let's give me a round of applause, please. Okay, do we have Chukwemeka Okafor? Chukwemeka Okafor, you're welcome. Chukwemeka Okafor is the Chief Executive Officer at Pastex. You're welcome, Chukwemeka. Round of applause, please. Okay, Mr. Samuel Esogbu. Is he joining us virtually? Okay, so I'll hand over the mic to our moderator Nosike and let him take us on a very interesting journey.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Special greetings to the panelists, those that are here physically, and Lusanda. Hi, Lusanda, and the rest of the panelists that are here virtually as well. So, obviously, we are all aware of the shifting landscape as far as AI is concerned. You all agree with me that AI is the single largest leap in our generation, possibly in world history, as far as innovation is concerned. It has reshaped every part of our lives in ways we both know and don't know. Some interesting, statistics or data points here. Obviously, we all know that Africa is the youngest population. 60% of our population is on 60% of the world's population under 25 is African. So we are the youngest population. And interestingly enough, only 1.7% of global AI research comes from Africa. 1.7%, right? Which is, you allow me to say, minuscule. We're here today to discuss primarily or more broadly how we ensure that Africa is not left behind in the world's AI journey and grow our sovereign intelligence, which is Africa's ability or capacity to grow and govern AI on our own terms and not be left behind in the world's AI journey. So my co-panelists, welcome, and looking forward to a rich conversation with everyone. I will start possibly from Mr. Shola and then take it all the way down with my first question, which is, what is the single biggest failure point as far as Africa's AI talent? We all know that our current systems, a lot of us are exposed to local education where we are taught to use tools rather than build them, right? You're taught to even perhaps, understand an app inside out, but there's a failure to communicate critical thinking that allows us understand the underlying AI which builds these tools. So, this is for the panelists, but I think I'll start with Mr. Shola. What is the single biggest failure point as far as Africa's AI talent is concerned?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everybody. I think fundamentally we should first look at the kind of interactions we have and therefore work backwards to the issues that may have led to this. On the first and simplistic level of interaction with AI is AI usage, where you just use AI pretty much like a dictionary or like Google. You have a question, you throw it into it, it gives you answers, which means that you've limited the fundamental thought processes to your own brain and mind. At a higher level is where you have the AI thinker. An AI thinker is somebody who is what I would like to call a systems integrator, who has been able to integrate his or her own capacity to think and integrated it with the AI's capabilities. It means such a person knows what AI can do and fundamentally has imbibed it into their own productive engineering design as they think. Fundamentally, they've taken AI for granted. They know what AI can do. They've absorbed the fact that AI can answer certain questions and can deliver certain solutions. And they take those solutions for granted in designing their solutions or providing answers. The fundamental challenge, specifically to your question, is the design of our education system. We have an education system that teaches us to find answers. So, yes, Google is good if all you're looking for is answers. Your textbook is good if all you're looking for is answers. But we have entered a world in which what we are looking for now are questions, because the answers are everywhere present. All the answers you are looking for has been captured in the systems. You have specialist AI engines and AI solutions tools. The answers are in the system. But the question is, can we relate our challenges, our situations, our experiences, can we relate them in context and actually define the questions we want?
Yes.
If the answers are already existing? So what is the question? is what we are looking for, and that's not what our systems have trained us to do.
So, Boluwaji, did I get that right? Yeah, great. Would you say you agree with Mr. Shola when he says that our education design is the single largest failure point as far as AI talent is concerned?
Oh yeah, I think he's right, and I actually support that. Go with that. As far as I'm concerned, okay, I'll start with this. Last week, I think I was going through the internet last week. Then I don't know how true is it. How true it is actually. I would apologize if I'm wrong, and then please kindly correct me. I saw somewhere that mathematics will not be made compulsorily available anymore for probably commercial students or art students. So for their
Yes,
their
I saw that
WAEC
on
or
the
their
news. Yes.
yeah, exactly, something like that. So I think that's actually a very to me, I would apologize again if I'm going to say this. To me, it's a very bad move. Actually, we are so being particular about adoption of AI in Africa, stuff like that, and then we tend to forget that AI basically is built on mathematics, pure logic. Everything that has to do with artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, anything you could think of. Exactly, everything is built on mathematics. And if you're going to take this mathematics away from people, so you're more like you're just shifting it just to the science student alone. I was actually an art student when I was in secondary school. Even when I was in the university for my first for my BSc, I was still more of the art side. Then after for my first MSc, I had to like switch. I had to like go back again to start solving mathematics. Because when I was in school, I was a bit scared of mathematics because the way they usually present it to us in classes then, it was actually very, very, I wouldn't say horrible, but something close to that. So I had to like go back on my own to start dealing with mathematics, solving mathematics, equations, doing stuff like that. When I first, the first time I built my AI model, basically it was actually on paper. My linear regression, stuff like that. These things are built on pure mathematics, pure logic. So why would you want to take this thing away? So again, in support to what he said, our educational system is actually is going the other way around because the decisions they make or we make, it's has a very long-term effect, which is negative on everything we want to do, especially the adoption of artificial intelligence.
All right. Mr. Chukwemeka, over to you. I guess, just to follow up from what everyone has said, and Lusanda, if you can hear us, we're coming to you in just a second, please. The question is, how do we rethink education here? How do we rethink it? Because there's so many moving parts. There's the education policy. So, I mean, this is an African conversation. So our ministries of education, we have the teachers, we have the students, we have the parents, right? And we have the, private sector in this context, the tech ecosystems, which either build or distribute this technology that require the talent and also distribute this to consumers. We have all these moving parts, right? And it does seem to me like everyone is involved in this. So from your point of view, how do we rethink education? And if Lusanda can hear me, I will bring this question right to your doorstep as well to get a broader Pan-African view.
Right. So I sort of missed a bit of your question, but there's a point that's quite interesting that my colleague picked up on with regards to, I'm not sure which country he's referring to or article he's referring to, with regards to mathematics not being made compulsory anymore, right? So fair enough. In building these applications, there is a high need for mathematics. But I would like to point him to two different audiences that AI will also be serving, right? We've got the builders, right? So he seems to be referring to those that are building these large language models. And those are the guys that are using and may need to have mathematics in order to be able to build these capabilities. And then we've got a second side that I would like to touch on, and I didn't hear my colleague touch on, is the different audience that is not building, but is consuming these applications in order to be able to serve society in one way or the other. And this is the bigger pool of people that have access to these applications that already exist, right? Which then allow somebody like myself, for an example, who doesn't understand mathematics, or I don't have an affinity for mathematics, to be able to come up with mathematical solutions using AI. So I think in our conversation and talking about education and learning, we shouldn't forget the fact that AI is moving. And I think this conversation actually speaks to that AI is moving towards a more personalized kind of knowledge, a personalized kind of knowledge rather than a more classroom kind of knowledge. And we're already seeing this, the ability to be able to upload textbooks in various AI tools and get a different kind of education as well, using these AI tools. You are able to create flashcards using these AI tools. You are able to create audio if you're a person that prefers to listen to education, and various other methods that AI is able to assist the different kinds of people. So I think in our conversation on learning in education, let's not divorce ourselves from addressing the fact that AI is becoming very personalized, right?
All right.
We know ChatGPT is now coming up, is going to be including advertising, which is going to be hyper personalization. So there's a few moving parts that I would like for us to also consider as we speak about training and education, and personalization being one of them, to meet the different kinds of users and how we consume education.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lusanda. I would just shift it to Chukwemeka now, right? From your perspective, from where you're standing, and integrating what Lusanda has just shared, how do you see us rethinking education here? How Africans rethink education as we try to catch up in terms of AI talent?
Okay. So my own thoughts is gonna be a bit different, and this is based on my own experience implementing.
Of course.
Implementing World Bank projects across tertiary institutions. So something I need to make very clear is that the traditional model of education is not sufficient enough. And so what I will propose in reimagining education is a networked ecosystem such that we have different tiers. So for instance, the university has a role to play, such that they're focused on theoretical and foundational knowledge. You have the technical institutions, something like, I mean, by the polytechnics, the monotechnics, and this thing, that focus on practical skills. Then you also have where you come to government, basically policy and funding. So what my co-panelist was referring to was a policy change, but I'm glad that they reversed it. So you also have the industry-led labs, where they are focused on practical solutions, AI solutions. And there are so many forms of training in these areas. So in that area, we need to also reimagine education. And this is very, very important, because when you look at the tertiary education in Nigeria, you see it takes 3 to 5 years, the curriculum. However, AI technology, the models or the learning curves changes every month. So it's very, very important that we need to train, and teachers are the multiplier effect. So if you're going to create talent at scale, education is very, very key. And when you train a teacher, you have access to 1,000 students. So it's very, very important that maybe monthly we have this training, capacity building for teachers. Then there's also a need in terms of education to address the infrastructure and access barrier. What I mean by infrastructure and access barrier, if you look at the sub-Saharan part of Africa, we have less than 40% accessing the internet. And when I mean infrastructure, it's not just about internet connectivity. We're talking about computing power. Because in the tertiary institution where researches are done, you need access to computing. More importantly, you also need access to like models that are in indigenous languages. 0.02% of the models are in
In African
indigenous.
languages, yes.
So that's a challenge because we need to start building products. The goal here is not about AI literacy, but more about AI fluency. Because once we attain AI fluency, then that's when we can be talking about sovereignty. Thank you.
Yes, first of all, I think it's really great key points there that you mentioned AI fluency. That literally is the first step, and we must get to that. Bolu, I would like to ask, and then possibly Mr. Shola as well. What are when and piggybacking on his comment on AI fluency, when we say AI talent, who are you thinking of? What skill sets are we looking for at within the reasonable confines of being African, understanding infrastructure issues, education policy issues, all the limitations that stop us from competing with, say, Beijing or Silicon Valley? So what are the skill sets? What profile do you imagine when you think AI talent in Africa?
Okay, to start with, I would like to address what my co-panelist just said the other time about AI being an ecosystem. In support of that, actually, we should consider AI as an ecosystem. It's not just the programming side. Not everyone will sit down in front of a laptop or a computer all day, maybe like myself, writing codes or doing stuff. Not everybody will pick a pen up, writing mathematics calculus all day. It's actually an ecosystem. You have the data side, you have the data resourcing side, you have the policy side, just like you said. You have so many sides of AI. All this contributes to the talent, which we are actually saying. It's not just the person sitting in front of the computer building stuff. It's like so vast and so wide. So there are so many sides contributing to it. So again, to reiterate on what you just said again concerning AI talent, to me, I would like to step in from the programming side because that's the side where I'm from actually. So I can't really speak on maybe the policy side because I'm not from that field. So from the for the programming side, which is the AI talent I'm going to talk about, to start with, honestly, it is basically the mathematics. I'll always be particular about it. As a young guy, I was very, very scared of mathematics. Very, very, very poor with mathematics. So I had to like go back on my own to start doing these things, start writing mathematics with pen, everything, building projects with pen, basically with pen. So it that actually developed me to be able to like think ahead, to be able to build things. So to myself or to probably person from my field, which is the programming side, I would address that mathematics is actually what you'll be looking for in to say somebody's talented or to say somebody can actually build an AI model. You have to be mathematically smart. That is just it.
So basically, you're speaking from. So we're addressing a large ecosystem now, and you're speaking from the core builder side.
Exactly.
And you say the AI when you think AI talent, the profile you're thinking is math based.
Yes, exactly.
Foundations in maths, and then obviously building, right? Just for clarity.
Yes, exactly. To just add to it, if you check online to probably see some of these companies or some of these industries looking forward to employing people, basically the only thing, most of the things they will require as their requirement is usually a mathematics degree. If you check it very well, they are not asking you to probably be from other fields. They just need you to be from a mathematical field. So not necessarily programming side, because programming is just the way of instructing your computer to do stuff. So that means there's an intent that comes first, which is the mathematics side of it, which is the logical side of it. So programming is something you learn over time. Programming is just like language, just like your English language. It's something I would learn to speak, learn to understand over time. The more I speak it, the more I use it. Now let's see if I'm learning to speak Spanish now. It will probably take me a few years to understand Spanish to be able to speak fluently, right? Now, if my first year, I'll probably be able to say come, go in Spanish, stuff like that. Then probably the third year, the fourth year, I might probably be able to say some proverbs in Spanish, which means over time, the more you speak, the more you engage yourself
course,
with that language,
naturally,
the more you
naturally.
understand it. That's just programming side of it.
Yeah.
Not all industries, they don't even require you to be fluent in Python, to be fluent in R, or to be fluent in any programming language. They just need the intent, which is actually the mathematics side of it.
Yeah.
So if you check online, see most of these jobs, they're always requiring for mathematics degree, stuff like that, which
Yeah.
is from the programming side, just like I said. I believe to say somebody, to capture the word talent from the programming side, it has to do with the logical side of it.
All
which
right,
is
thank you.
mathematics.
Mr. Shola? Additions?
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm an engineer, so when I hear you talk about maths, I'm very glad. It gives me some level of satisfaction to see that you can complete your education and go back to maths. Maths is just a language. It's a way of seeing and understanding the world. It is not meant to be hard. But enough said about maths and how the challenges of it. I think for AI talent, it's very, very important that we look at it from 3 dimensions. First is the awareness and basic usage, which I believe is what a lot of us are at right now, which is really fundamentally at just the beginning of it. If we roll our mind back to internet penetration in Nigeria right now, I'm not sure what the exact figure is, but I'm not sure if we've crossed 60%. Are we?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
I wouldn't say so.
So, but that's a technology that is what, 20 years old now? So if 20 years after, internet penetration is still sub 50, sub 60% in Nigeria, what are we going to do with AI? I think the first thing we need to do is recognize that we must be part of the builders of the system. The internet infrastructure was built abroad. We are 20 years after still trying to grapple and understand it. If we allow AI be built and handed to us, I bet in another 50 years we'll still be struggling. We must enter into the game.
Very sound arguments, by the
We
way.
must throw our hearts into the game. And guess what? At least we have infrastructure. We understand, those of us who know right now, understand that we can get into this game. There's an opportunity for us to extend the boundaries of AI knowledge. Whatever you have in the system was trained into the system. Yes, you can have some level of deductive reasoning, but if you do not have the seminal information about our systems, our culture, our history, we will end up reading the history and the system integrated knowledge of other cultures. Remember, every time you train a system, you are a part of you goes into it. So what are we going to do? Are we going to leave it to the Caucasian? We leave it to the white man to build the systems that we will use, that our children and grandchildren will build their knowledge on. So beyond just usage, we must actively, right now, begin to invest resources and talent in the building of our own. I think LLMs, do we have any built in Nigeria yet so far?
Yeah, there are a couple that are underground, but nothing tangible that I can immediately recall. Yes.
Okay, some efforts are going on in this. We should devote resources, financial resources at state level. It's as important as the budget we put for security.
Agreed.
Otherwise, we would ultimately be handing all our servers. I'm not sure how many servers, how many systems integrators we have in Nigeria right now. So whoever built the servers you are using, you are putting all your serious secrets on, ultimately has access to them. It's important that we take AI seriously. We are on the ground floor, fundamentally. A lot of work is still be done. But by now, I expect that AI has been introduced into our tertiary academic curriculum, our parish school curriculum, and even nursery school, because this is my child. I have a 1-year-old child who keeps going to the TV and he tries to flick the screen. Why? Because he's a digital device native.
Yes.
He can't understand why the screen on the TV is not flicking. And in his mind, he's thinking this thing is broken.
Mm-hmm.
Because every other device he sees flicks, he moves, he responds to his touch. We are at that point with AI. We can build, we can catch up, we can overtake, and we can make impact. The best professors in the world in most universities, you have Africa, particularly Nigerians, actively represented. AI should not be any different.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Shola. Thank you. You can hold the microphone. Round of applause for that, everyone. Thank you. Luciana, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. I love a word that one of my colleagues used, and that is ecosystem. You know, we are finding ourselves in an environment where we are pushed to become an ecosystem. And I love the fact that I'm speaking to engineers and people within the education system. I come mostly from the business side and AI implementation. And I think as we are having these conversations, I'm hearing how one part of the ecosystem, how they need each other. You know, it's the opportunity for us to teach the next generation to be critical thinkers, to be able to interpret outcomes, and basically use AIs to be able to apply solutions in real context, right? Yeah. We have our own African challenges that can be resolved by using AI. And I don't think that this will happen with us building in silos, but rather a consolidation of industry, of lawmakers, as well as education. And not only that, the full spectrum to say, once these students are graduated and are literate, are AI literate, is the workspace and the work environment ready to receive them? What do job descriptions of the future look like? You know, what kind of output is the workspace expecting of our students? And I think it will start from grassroots levels at school. I do know a few schools in South Africa and Africa actually introducing AI as part of the curriculum. And some of these things are definitely going to need to be also a partnership between a private as well as government for us to be able to forge forward. So definitely, I love the word ecosystem, and it makes sense to this conversation.
Awesome. Quick one, Lusanda, if you can still hear me. Just a question for you, which I will cascade to the rest of the panel, right? And interesting that we're talking about curriculum and students and schools and entry level young people who should have the skill sets we're looking out for. If teachers are, like one of our panelists says, key multipliers, how do we prep them to obviously lead the effort that results in many more, like a co-panelist said, one teacher, 1,000 students, right? That's quite the skill. How do we prep this one teacher, 500 teachers, 1,000 teachers? What do we need to do to get them to the level where their knowledge is multiplied in a way that benefits Africa's AI journey?
Right. For that to even begin, in my view, is for us needing to transform to say, what does our education need to look like? When you start with an AI strategy, we need to start with the final output. What is our objective, and what do we want this to look like, right? And I also want to clarify, and perhaps my colleagues can comment on this, is that we are actually not left behind. AI is, it's a new technology. It's an ever-changing technology where we are finding ways to say, what are we going to do about this technology? So it is a new technology, so we are not left behind. It is something that is progressive. What I've seen being done by these big LLMs, like the OpenAIs, like the Googles of this world, is availability of resources that are aimed to train individuals, educators, as well as business people to equip them for this technology. So that simply tells me that there is a skills shortage that we're currently facing. And so this is not unique to Africa. So so the same route will need to be taken when it comes to our educators, because they are the multipliers. And we also need to understand that because AI is such a changing technology, this is basically not going to be an overnight thing. This is a muscle that needs to be built. There's certain fundamentals that we get to understand and learn about AI. And as we start using AI, we are able to then come up with these contexts to say, right, here are opportunities that I can see, and here are the different AI tools that I can use to assist my students, and here's the kind of students that I have, and so on. So perhaps teachers are not only going to be the only, multipliers in the traditional way. There's various ways because of availability of AI tools. I've worked with hundreds, close to thousands of AI tools, which are aimed at obviously helping us to be better efficient. So there's various AI tools where then teachers themselves can share how does multiplication when it comes to a classroom look like. They will need, again, to be part of this ecosystem to perhaps be the drivers of how do we multiply when it comes to knowledge sharing as well as education.
Thank you. Chukwemeka, thoughts on teachers as multipliers and how we can prep them or, build capacity, in that area so that we can reach more young people quicker? Thoughts? I mean, you have on the ground knowledge, and your insights will be useful here.
Okay, so I think my own thoughts are basically going to be, if I'm a teacher and you're selecting me to come on a program, to train me on AI, like, why is it important to me? So yes, I think the first thing is for us to have like a national policy on, okay, we want to build capacity for teachers. Then you have to also try and design it in such a way that the teachers see what is in it for them. So for me, part of what needs to be done is to ensure that, like, that is job related. It's not just like a one-off workshop. It's something that is continuous. As my co-panelist rightly said, AI keeps changing. So if the teachers are continually trained or they see the need for personal development, it spurs them. Another thing that's very important is also to create AI certification models, such that, I take this level, just like the way you have in CCNA, in Cisco, networking and this thing. If we can adopt such model in AI, it's something that is also going to be very, very helpful. Then, again, creating content, Africa-related content, having a repository, so that it's easy for them to self-learning. So the world is going, the future of works now is moving in such a way that people are encouraged to learn online, remotely, self-paced. So if we can have the right repositories of information for them to learn on their own, it becomes much, much easy for them to, to keep equipping themselves such that they have the enough capacity to transfer. But more importantly, there needs to be a change in mindset, because the people you're training, you're not training them to be consumers. Because part of the problem with the AI talent is, you have the consumers and the consumer mentality and the builders, or something I'll call the creation mentality. So here we train people on how to prompt ChatGPT or prompt AI. There's a need when we're training the trainers, and that brings me to what the co-panelists say, what's the goal? The goal here is not on how to prompt ChatGPT, but on how to create our own LLMs, on how to create our own AI technologies or AI products. So, and finally on this, something that I will also want to this is that there's this pyramid model that we should also consider when training. People fit in different categories. So you have the basic literacy level, which is the base of the pyramid. where we can train a whole lot of people, just like the way ALS does it, train a lot of people at that level. Then you have those who are job related, people who are in the middle cadre. These are the people that are going to build the AI products. And you now have the apex, where you have the researchers and the innovators. So if we have that model, it's very, very easy for us to train trainers who can go out there to train other trainers. And there we have the multiplier effect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Brilliant additions all around. I hope the audience is benefiting from these insights. I wanted to ask a question. It does seem that we keep coming back to education policy. We come back to education policy a lot. A lot of the panelists, when making their arguments, come back to the mindset and how, kind of like an AI strategy and how we integrate AI into what we teach our kids and the young ones. In a sentence or in a minute or less for every panelist, please, what is the easiest way to get education policy to support AI talent? In a minute or less, please. We'll start from Lusanda, and then just a minute or less, and then we'll go down through the rest of the co-panelists. Lusanda, please.
I'm sorry, I missed your question. Your question there, can you please repeat it?
Yeah, sure. I was just asking that a lot of our conversations take us back to education policy. So in just about a minute or less, could you speak to what the best way is to get education policy on the side of building the AI talent to close the global gap, with Africa? Getting education
Okay, great.
policy
I
on our
think
side,
what
yes. Oh, please go ahead.
can you
Sorry.
hear me still?
Yes, we do hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Right. Once we start speaking about policy, then we are now moving to a territory where we say that the private sector is not able to do this on our own. Right. There will need to be a partnership with government, definitely, because they lead with policy when it comes to education and so forth. But this doesn't stop us as business people to implement a policy within our work environment and to start to say, let's start working around with AI and saying, what is it? I like what my previous colleague said, playing around with AI instead of quickly dismissing AI, for an example, but to play around with it to say, how is it helping us as a society, right? We need to create policies within a work environment where AI is not seen as cheating, but more as a tool that will help us as businesses to move forward, right?
Yeah.
It is more a tool. It will help us as a business and then create these policies around us. There's various factors, obviously, to consider as businesses, such as privacy. My colleague spoke about a pyramid, which I absolutely love, which in my mind speaks to the various gradings of accessibility and education of where each and every employee perhaps is when it comes to understanding, understanding AI and the use of AI.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely it's a partnership thing within a business environment as well as at a bigger scale with in partnership with government.
All right, Mr. Shola. Education policy, AI talent, Africa.
Thank you very much for that question. I think first and foremost, there is a need by governments in Africa to recognize that the problem we are facing has not changed. It has not evolved. The children you do not train today who are unable to earn living wages and participate economically in the society tomorrow will end up becoming the militants and the criminals of tomorrow. So it becomes, I see every time I hear education, I hear security. It's a security matter. It's a national security matter. It's a regional security matter. To fill the gap of necessity, I think the kind of people we appoint as ministers, people in charge of the education policies themselves need to be people who are not just AI aware. They need to be people who are promoters of AI adoption. So we need to take a second look at how we appoint people. Today, I think one of the last Nobel Prize was for chemistry, and the person that won it was not a chemist. It was an IT person. So AI gives you the capacity to push boundaries beyond your traditional zones. So, but practically, what can we do today? Mass education, mass certification, and the enforcement of the use of AI tools in education, in delivering of education. What that brings to mind are significant and myriad of questions, because how can you get a teacher who doesn't have a digital, a smart device to begin to contemplate what AI can do and should do for them? But the reality is this: the future is here upon us. Amazon has had its biggest layoff of staff this week. Why? Because AI is taking all the jobs. So we are basically today training and raising children who will not find jobs tomorrow. There is a matter of urgency. It is a matter of national security. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shola. Bulu, same question, quickly, 1 minute, please. Just as we round up.
Okay.
Education policy, how do we best integrate or make education policy favorable for us to close the gap and solve this AI talent shortage Africa has?
Okay, as for me, actually, I would like to step in from a research point of view to introduce artificial intelligence to classes or to schools. Basically, we have to adopt theories, basically, which means we have to check what other countries have done, what other continents have done, what did they do, what are the things they did, what were the things they got wrong. Now, what I mean by theories is this: we have two wide theories. Basically, we have the connectivist approach, and then we have the constructivist approach. Basically, what the constructivist approach basically is all about is just being person-centered approach, in the sense that if you have issues learning biology, if you have issues with chemistry topics, you could prompt AI or you could learn from AI to probably channel the way it's going to teach you to your own basic level of understanding, in the sense that if your own level of intelligence or your own level of brilliance is like probably like a 2-year-old child, these things will be able to teach you just like a 2-year-old child. I won't teach you way above your league. And then we have the connectivist approach, which means knowledge is everywhere. Knowledge is outside there. Knowledge is there. So it connects you basically to everything around you. For China, they used the collectivist approach, which is actually working for them. You could learn everything from everywhere. For US, they used the constructivist approach, which is actually working for them. As for us in Nigeria or for Africa at large, we are still a bit behind. These are the things we have to adopt, learn from them. What are the things they did? What were the things they did wrong? Let's learn from these things so we can make use of this approach of these theories or frameworks. And then talking of frameworks again, we have narrow ways in which these things can be done. For instance, I would mention the child-directed AI. We have the child collaborating AI, and then we have the child empowered AI. Basically, what the child directed AI is all about is it teaches you. AI teaches you everything. Basically, AI is the one leading you to do everything. So, which is probably very dogmatic in nature. It makes you lazy because you don't even know anything about it. It just give you the things to do. If you prompt ChatGPT now or Grok or any LLM model you have on your phone, it's probably going to lead you to do the things you want to do because it learns from the patterns of the information it's getting from you. It could read and understand that this person doesn't even have any knowledge about these things it's asking me. And then we have the collaborating AI, which works with you hand in hand. That one is a bit fair because in the sense that you can work together hand in hand. But at the same time, again, this makes you depend on AI because it's more like a colleague, like a partner. So if you don't see your partner, you can't work effectively. And then you have the other one again, which is more like the child-empowered AI. This one makes you lead the AI. It's more like you're the leader. This also has a disadvantage again if you're going to think about it because in the sense that not every child, not every student is very proactive. So it means you have to be the one to lead the AI. But so you just have to see what works for you, what works for us as an African, as an African continent.
That's what I'm
basically.
taking from this is that we can't do a copy and paste.
Exactly.
Look at all the leading players,
See the mistakes.
look at the mistakes, look at what's worked, and see how we adapt it for ourselves. Do you believe? Does anyone here believe that the government is even looking in this direction, or most importantly, the education-facing MDAs? Do you think that they are looking in this direction at all? And what would we take for them to look in this direction?
Well, I don't think they are looking in this direction, because if you're going to introduce artificial intelligence to schools, to children, to students, to universities, without attaching it to your framework, without attaching it to theory, it's bound to fail.
Yeah.
Because you have to see the things people are doing, things the people are doing wrong, stuff like that. You have to learn from them, learn from people who has gone beyond yours, like America, China, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I think it's bound to fail if you're not going to check these frameworks, and then checking these frameworks or these theories again. You have to check the advantages of each framework, each theories. Check the disadvantages, check the benefits, check everything. So to me, personally, if I should be the president of Nigeria today, I'll probably just pitch the constructivist approach, basically.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. We have a few fellowships that are quite known on the continent scale. Deep learning in Daba, bringing it to Nigeria, data science Nigeria, AI for Dev. All of these are already cultivating AI leaders. There are different organizations, initiatives pushing in their own little corners, capacity improvement on the AI front, and their work is commendable, which is why I'm mentioning them. But they are working in isolation. Piggyback or segueing from the conversation on education policy, how do we move from these isolated fellowships to a continent-wide pipeline? I can repeat the question, but for Mr. Shola, this is for you, and then we'll take it to Lusanda, and then we'll have our final question for the panel. So once again, deep learning in Daba, data science Nigeria, AI for Dev. These are, like I said, notable initiatives within the AI space, doing their work independently of each other, right? These fellowships, like I said, probably have, or very likely to have successes. But how do we move from these isolated fellowships to a continent-wide pipeline? I know some of your answer is going to come back to government, right? But, how do you even see us? And Lusanda, we're coming to you next with this as well.
Thank you very much. Yes, a lot lies in the hands of the government. And you mentioned not Nigeria, not West Africa, you mentioned continent-wide. It's important when you say continent-wide, we need to draw some context. I have some data for West Africa. West Africa right now has about 250 million youths. If the trend we are seeing in the West pervades, and it will, because a lot of our youths today are also working as remote in the gig economy for Amazon, for Google, and the likes of them. AI is going to be taking some of those jobs. What are they going to be doing? The government is looking at a situation. It's not even about education anymore. I preach it again. It's about security. You're going to be having very smart, very intelligent people who are equipped with skill and tool to either add and grow this economy or break it down. You are saying cybersecurity is a major challenge. If I have skills and I cannot use that skill to add, to create jobs for myself and create income for myself, I might be tempted to use it any other way just to ensure that I survive. So it's a security matter. I think the government needs to take a look at it as a security matter from the ECOWAS perspective, as well from the African Union perspective. Otherwise, we are going to go back to the dark ages. And what the tools of colonization will not be ships, will not be guns, will not be mirrors anymore. It is just technology. It is artificial intelligence. So what can you do? Prioritize and put the right people in places. Put the technology man, a person who has the vision, who can understand it. Put them in charge of education. Do we have data centers in Nigeria? How many do we have in West Africa? How many do we have in Africa? The game is not just even about the skill anymore. It's becoming about power.
data,
because the
yes.
data centers must be powered. In Nigeria, that does not have sufficient power to power lights, just basic needs. How are we going to power data centers? We have yet to come to the table. This, from on my part, is my approach to it, is my concern, and I think everybody who can amplify this to the right quarters should, in Nigeria, in West Africa, and in Africa as a whole.
Thank you. Lusanda, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. So I think personally that Africa is full of brilliant leaders. We're full of brilliant builders as well as creative problem solving capabilities. But I think that systematic change is needed where there is a requirement for a bit of coordination for us to be able to work together globally. So what's happening at the moment is that we've got individual brilliance, right? What we need to move to is perhaps shared infrastructure where we all learn together from what is being brought to the table by our fellow colleagues. We also need to share personal success stories. I think that is very important for us to share these success stories. Perhaps have regional playbooks. I know Kenya is doing very well when it comes to AI in Africa. We also need to be able to build repeatable models, right? Which will help us to move forward and to create like a blueprint or a framework that will be usable for various continents within their context. And I think another one we need to work on as Africans is basically competing. What's happening now is we're competing for visibility. Who's doing it the best? What we need to do is start networking of resources and collaboration pipelines that are not only building in silos, but to build this ecosystem. I clearly like that word that we've spoken about. And then we also need to share our short-term wins. You know, there are great initiatives that are currently happening in Africa, different parts of Africa that are absolutely brilliant, which we need to share these wins. What are they doing that we can also do? And these will help us to be better effective in the long term. So fortunately or unfortunately, the private sector will be the leaders when it comes to these initiatives, because there is immediate decision making that we can make as private sectors. We are immediately able to say, right, here's what's working, here's what's not working. So in that way, we will lead, right? But then we obviously cannot rely on UN policy forever. It's we've got to come together, and we've got to come together to be able to create policies that conducive for the regions that we live in. I will not even start talking about how much of a complexity it becomes as Africans to be able to take European solutions and plug them into Africa, which is Europe is definitely not our context, but obviously a platform or a region which we can learn from. So basically, these I don't think we should wait for government. I think as things have been happening, let's push forward. But I think as business leaders, let's continue to put the pressure on government. As my colleague has said, that it's definitely a security issue. It's definitely our kids that will be the casualties if we do not, anticipate what's coming ahead and plan as we need to as leaders.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. We're about to wrap up. Okay, yeah, Chukwuemeka, you want to add something?
Okay, so something I would also want to add to the conversation is maybe a model that I'm involved in. So I happen to be the secretary to the Sector Scale Council on ICT. So that's a private sector government initiative. So just consider it as the Galaxy backbone of infrastructure, but this time at ICT skills. So the goal is to empower Nigerians to get certain skill sets and certification, such that even if you don't have your traditional university or tertiary education certificate, with the certification that we will be issuing out, because this council is backed by the federal government. So with that certification, you can get ICT skills. And what we're doing is that we're also working, because sector skills is under the world skills. So we're working with partners in Europe and the other parts of the world, because there are about 100 countries that are part of sector skills. So what I'm trying to say is, because engaging government, if government don't see that there's a crisis, they do not respond very, very quickly. So getting them to change or to invest massively in education, particularly AI education, is going to take a while. So what we do as sector skills is that we work with all the major players in technology, where they set the standards. They tell us what the standards are. Then we work with organizations that train Nigerians based on those standards, so that once you get our certificate, you can work anywhere, because you've gotten the minimum requirements. So the same thing is what we want to also, which is going to be done in AI, such that we know what the standards are. And because we are agile, we're not just like the federal government. Yes, we have the federal government on the council. It's very easy and very quick for us to kind of like reiterate our curriculum. So it's not like the federal government. And what we're also trying to do is, most of these people you mentioned that are already working in silos, we want to bring them on board. Say, okay, if we are trainers, this is what the standards are. This is what the qualifications are.
Yes.
Go out there and train people, such that if they get the certificates, they already have the skills, and they already have a job-ready market for them to get employed or start building products on their own. So I think it's a model that other African countries can copy. I know Kenya is doing something similar. And if other African countries can copy that model, where you have this handshake between the private sector and the government, and they have a council that kind of like sets a curriculum and skills. And something we want to also add is that we're also advocating for apprenticeship, because with apprenticeship, people can get hands-on skills, so that they can also start their own business or build products. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Bolu?
Yeah. Relating
In
to
about
what-
a minute, please. Okay, just try
Okay,
to.
sure. Relating to what my co-panelists have said earlier, actually, I would like to start from this. AI seems to be like we are just hearing AI from this side of the world recently. But to me, as far as I can tell, I started using AI since about 2013. Most of us actually use it, but we probably don't know. For some of us, I used maybe Nokia phones in 2013, 2012. When you're typing, then your phone predicts the next word. Let's say you're typing
Autocorrect was AI,
autocorrect,
yes.
dictionary, stuff like that. This is AI. This was
Yes.
AI. So, and then AI is a very fast evolving field. If you're going to bring it down to schools, are we actually ready to like match the pace of AI? Because it's unlike other classical fields like biology, mathematics. 2 plus 2 today will always be 2 plus 2 next year, 50 years to come. So AI is a very fast evolving field. Okay, for example, 2013 it was word embeddings, word2vec and RNN. Then 2015 RNN was forgetful. Then there was LSTM, GRU. Then 2017, that was when AI became something very, very big. The transformer models, which can literally read everything, the whole statement all at once. Then 2018, we have the BERT, B-E-R-T. That was like an AI model that could read front, then that could read from back to the front again. Then ever since then, we have GPT-1, GPT-2, 3. Now we're currently on GPT-5. So how sure are we when actually, as Nigerians or as African entirely, how sure are we that when we actually get to the future, we are not in the past? Because it's a very fast evolving field. So when we're in the future, we could still be in the past.
Yeah.
So to me, we can't afford to work in silos. Just like my co-panelists, we can't afford to work in isolation. We could actually adopt Pan-Africanism. It says that for Morocco, for example, Morocco has the the biggest infrastructure when it comes to computational power in artificial intelligence. Now, we have the numbers, Nigerians, we have the numbers, we have the zeal. Because I could tell from my own family, my parents will always push us, you have to go to school, even though you want to do something else. I would have been a footballer because I love football. But my parents had to like push me, you have to go to school first. Whatever you want to do, that's your own problem. Yeah, and I assume every parent like that too in Nigeria. So we have the numbers, we have the zeal. Morocco has the computational power. We have South Africa too. I believe they have the numbers too. So many things we could actually put together as Africans, which is Pan-Africanism. We can't afford to work in silos. We can't afford to do it.
All right. Thank you. That's really, really key, and I guess that's why this is Africa First conversation. So thank you very much. The final question, which is a call to action for all the panelists, we'll probably start from Lusanda and then bring it back here, is if we left here today, what is one priority? If we left here today asking what one priority for building AI talent was, what would it be? What is our one priority? We've said a lot of things today, right? And we all approach this from different lenses and different mindsets. What is the one priority for building AI talent? If we were living here right now, what would this be? Lusanda, can we start with you, please? If we left here with one priority,
Yeah,
for building
absolutely.
AI
So-
talent, what would it be? Sorry, yes, please go on. Sorry.
Okay, so it will definitely be education. I think we have repeatedly spoken on how fast evolving AI is. Obviously, it's existed over a long period of time, but with the introduction of different models, it has become so big. It is continually evolving. AI tools that I worked with the past 2-3 years have evolved so much, but there is that base of understanding certain things of AI that will always give you that advantage, even though the product is evolving. So definitely, it will be education without a doubt. We are in a place where education is honestly key. And fortunately, using the same AI, you're able to educate yourself in a way that works for you, in a way where you can listen to audio, you can simply take a picture of a textbook and it runs the audio for you or converts it into text. Knowledge is available. Knowledge is available. And I think it's a matter of us driving the youth, even ourselves. Actually, we're being challenged. We've got masters, we've got all these qualifications, but we're finding ourselves in a place where we need to go back and be educated all the time.
Yeah. Amazing. Thank you, Lusanda. Mr. Shola, are you going to say education too? What is our one priority?
My one priority is to make sure everybody around me uses AI. Everybody. My driver is already. I'm even our Google Maps is.
Yes,
built
it's
on
AI.
something.
It is
But
AI. Yes.
Get them to actively engage with AI. There are a lot of free tools, free platforms. Even Notebook LM, one of the most powerful
Yes,
tools
yes.
that Google has built. I think there's a free version of it.
Yeah.
So I will continuously encourage and make sure everybody around me interacts with AI. I will not rest easy knowing that anybody around me is being left behind. So I'm an AI advocate. That is one thing I'll do.
Amazing. Round of applause for that, please. Yeah, just to double check something with Mr. Shola. AI talent. Oh, I don't know if you realize this. When you mention AI talent, you've essentially mentioned your driver as AI talent, which I like, because that is all of us. And we mentioned that it is an ecosystem of Gerald's pyramid, which starts from the researchers on the top level, and you and I and my grandmother on the ground level, So I think that's really something I also wanted to flag in what you were saying. Bulu?
Yeah. To me, I think I'll probably come in from the individualistic approach. it starts from me, start from you, start from everyone. You can't keep saying the government should do this, the government should do that. What are you doing in person? You as a person, what are you doing? Myself, what am I doing? So just like you said, AI is like a pyramid. It's like an ecosystem. You have so many fields in AI. We tend to focus more on the end product, which is the application, which is the ChatGPT,
Yes,
the
that's what
Face
everyone
ID,
says.
the self-driving cars, the robotic side of it. It's a very big field. You have the data side of it. You have the research side of it. You have the ethical guidelines of it. You have the policy side of it. So like it's a very big field. So if you're not everyone would sit in front of a laptop all day writing codes, programming, doing stuff like that. You could start on your own. Probably tell your mother about it. AI can do this, AI can do that. Lecture people about it. If it is data side you want to actually feature in, you can start gathering data for somebody who would need it to build a product. If it is the policies you want to start with, start making this little adjustment from your own side. Everything will not be done by the government.
Yeah,
Who is the government actually? It's me, you, yourself.
Beautifully
Just the
said.
people making the decisions. But a part of it lies on me too. I'm a programmer. I can't do others. You as a data researcher or data collector, you can't do everything. But it starts from individual point of view. We have to do these things ourselves. Everything doesn't rely on the government.
Beautifully said. Round of applause for that, please. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah,
Okay,
our
so-
final panelist.
Okay, so for me, to add to what my co-panelists have said, so something that is very critical that we need to start doing is basically setting up regional computing power, like regional computing centers that could help researchers that want to build AI models. There's a need for industry partnerships,
Yes.
working with industry. Also, there's also a need for African Indigenous Language Development Fund,
Mm-hmm.
because Africa is a diverse ecosystem with diverse cultures, and English is not the major speaking language. So we need to create a fund that makes it possible for people to develop in our develop relevant content that applies to our own context. And something I also want to add as a takeaway, again, capacity building is very, very important.
Yes.
We do not have an AI skill gap. What we have is an AI sovereignty crisis, and it's important we
Yes.
address it as that. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. It's an amazing panel. Lots of insights, a lot of learning. I wish we had more government people in the room while we're having this conversation. But like the panelists have said, this isn't just about the government. It starts from around us. There are multiple ways to approach this. Lusanda has mentioned private sector-led approaches that ultimately pressure the government to act. We've talked about just impacting our immediate environment with people around us. We've spoken about funds, we've spoken about capacity building, policy, all of that. All of these are legitimate concerns. And once again, the panelists have spoken well about the priorities that we must face. So it's been a great one, great panel. I hope the audience has enjoyed this conversation, and I'm thrilled to have been part of it as Lusanda. Thank you once again for taking the time to join us, Mr. Shola. Bolu, Chukwemeka, amazing stuff. Hopefully we can meet here in 10 years and say, I told you so, in a good way, right? So thank you, everyone, and thank you all for your time. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hey, let's have a photo, please. So they've been nodding online. Hey, round up this session, but that session was too interesting. I just needed us to round it up. Okay, please, I'd like to join this photo with Mr. Shola too. Okay, Lusanda, thanks for the session. How's Cape Town right now?
I'm actually in Europe at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good job on what you're doing with AI and digital marketing for the business over there. Yeah, you're working.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Okay, all right. So I'd like to real quick also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Evans Warerum, the manager for Digital Africa. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Chairman for Digital Africa. Yeah, please. You're welcome, sir. And also Dr. Vincent Olatunji, the National Commissioner and the CEO for Nigeria Data Protection Commission. Is represented here today by Ibukun Oluwa Owa, who is the head of the regulations unit for the Nigerian Data Protection Commission. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Ibukun Oluwa, you're welcome. Okay, so Ibukun Oluwa will be giving us a keynote presentation for Dr. Olatunji. But before I go ahead, I'd like to just do a little summary of the session we just had and everything they talked about. Yesterday, we were quite subtle about the bad and the ugly of AI, but on this session, they just kept letting it go. Shola just kept telling us, hey, Amazon just let go this amount of workers because they couldn't, most of them couldn't keep up with the AI growth. And also, we've also learned that the school curriculum needs to be modified and edited properly, where we know that all our students, it's no more like an optional, or what's that thing called for courses that you don't have to take? Electives, or what do they call it? Exactly. If you just make sure that this one is not, you have to take it. I think that's going to be, if I can summarize everything they said. And also, they said that the problem hasn't really changed to the school system. We need mass education, enforcement of AI tools, and also like the part where Shola talked about electing AI leaders. When he meant AI leaders, what you're trying to say is most of our leaders, people that are able to make policy, make decisions, make laws, they should have this foundational AI knowledge, not just foundational AI knowledge, but also advanced, so they can make policies that helps advance the sovereignty of AI in Africa. If I can say something, what will really advance AI in Africa is basic, or in Nigeria, if we have steady power supply. For you to build data centers to make AI models, you need GPUs, and GPUs, their power consumption is not basic. So until we can fix those power issues, we have leaders that AI compliant. I think that point we can answer, yeah, in Nigeria we're getting to the point where we can actually scale. Okay, I'm going to call on Ibukun Oluwa now to take the stage as we hear about what NDIC are doing and the great stuff they have. You're welcome, Ibukun. Round of applause, please. NDPC. Hi, you're welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. On behalf of Dr. Vincent Olatunji, I send him his regards. Unfortunately, he's not able to be here as he has other pressing official assignments to attend to. So I would be speaking on his behalf and delivering the keynote speech. So the keynote speech that we've been asked to speak on today is titled Decolonizing Data Ownership, Consent, and Cultural Integrity. In simple terms, what it generally means is how do we move from being consumers of policies, which are technology, governance, and data processing to actually being originators and creators of that because of the crisis currently that we have in relation to Africa data and digital sovereignty. And to really speak on this, I would be posing 4 major questions to put things into context so that we can understand what is at stake here. The first question is, how much of Africa's data stays within Africa? So that means how much of data generated from Africa actually resides within Africa? Does anyone have an idea? There are some studies that have said 20%. So just 20% of data within Africa is actually stays in Africa. Where is this data going to? It's going to Europe, it's going to the States, it's going to China. What does that mean for Nigeria? We'll get into that later. There's also another survey that has shown that Africa only has about 1% of the world's current data center capacity. So basically, even the infrastructure to actually store this data and process this data, we have only about 1%, with South Africa having 50% of that 1%. So what this generally means is that we are relying so much on global providers to do different things. A lot of tier 3 and tier 4 data centers, even the ones located here, have been built in collaboration with foreign providers. And that means that they have the power to own, they have the power to manage, and they have the power to control a lot of our data. And the consequence of this is that you have our data being moved out And what this means is that our data may now be susceptible to foreign laws and foreign jurisdictions. So for example, there's a law, a very important law called the US Cloud Act, which states that when a cloud system generates from America, the government can have access to it if required. So we all know about Google, we all know about Microsoft, we all know about Azure, and their main parent companies are in the States. So if you're using those cloud systems and there is something going on in the States and they want to do investigation, based on that act, they will be able to have access to your data if your provider is actually using one of the cloud servers of the major tech companies that originated from the States. And this means that we can be susceptible to our data being subject to privacy risks, also social engineering, and more importantly, national security. I know that in Nigeria, we currently have guidelines on data localization that was issued by NITDA, which states that there's certain data that must be stored within Nigeria. For example, we have consumer data, telecommunications data, and our foundational data, that's the NIN. But aside from that, a lot of our data actually resides outside Nigeria. So that's the first question. The second question is how much of Africa's data is moved across borders regularly? In reality, it's actually almost all of it, particularly commercially valuable data, is moved outside Africa. 95% of our data is moved outside Africa regularly. It's moved through, although West Africa has a lot of subsea cables, is actually being routed through Europe, and because of that, it's being moved to all these other countries. And what that means is that they then have the power to process this data, analyze this data, manage this data in a way that they are able to benefit from the value of this analysis. They're able to make decisions that can profit them and decisions that would not really consider Africa's national interest or our cultural interest. So for example now, when a multinational bank or a telecom company transfers customer data for processing or analytics to its headquarters in Europe, US, or Asia. And what this means, like I said before, they are the ones that then have the benefit of realizing the value of that data to make money, to make their own economy better, and they're doing it at the risk of Africa's national interest. This is really what data colonization actually means. Now, the third question, how much of the major technological companies are owned by Africa, and how much of Africa's data do they process? I know we all know these companies. We know about Oracle, we know about Meta, we know about Microsoft, we know about Amazon. There was a recent list of the most profitable companies in the world, and the top 10, I think 8 are tech companies, all Europe and mostly US based. And that is what generally we're using. We're using it in government, we're using it in businesses, we're using it to interact generally. So basically, they have most of our data. 420 million West Africans are governed by AI systems that are designed in Silicon Valley or Shenzhen in China. And we all heard about all the risks about AI that were said today. So what is the risk of this? It means that they have general decision-making power over data, about policies, about content moderation rules, and they have that power in a way that does not generally benefit us as Africans. Now, the fourth and final question. How much of the global policies that govern data is actually generated from Africa? So for example, the GDPR, which a lot of African countries have modeled their data protection laws by, and other general laws that govern technology. How many originated from Africa? There's none. So basically, they are the ones coming up with the policies that they would then use to process our data, to own our data, and to manage our data. So indirectly, it's indirect colonialism if you really think about it. For example, now the consent model that was actually originated from GDPR. We all know that in a region like Africa, where digital literacy is getting better, but it's not as high as Europe. do they really even understand what consent means? They don't read the policies, they don't understand what it means, and everyone is on. But we need their systems, we need their applications. So we are using it, but in a way that doesn't really favor us and leads to privacy risks and other general security risks as well. We know there's the Malabo Convention that was generated from Africa, and a lot of African countries have relied on it when they were actually coming up with their privacy laws. But this particular law doesn't actually govern or influence any other region in the world. And it's you can also say that the general global frameworks actually take more precedence over the Malabo Convention. So all these 4 questions should have put everything in context into what the major problems are, why they are that way, and what the risks are. So what are the solutions? What can we do now? How can we take back control? How can we manage our data? The simple answer is that we should be the ones developing our data centers. We should be the ones developing technological applications that would actually be used within Africa. But in reality, is that possible now? That is a long pipe dream. It's possible, but it will take time and take a lot of destructuring and infrastructure work and funding as well, that in all reality, we cannot get that now. So what are the interim solutions that we can actually offer to be able to face this problem of colonization? And I'll talk about 2 main solutions. The first one is collective contractual enforcement, and the second one is diplomatic and legal shield. So I'm a lawyer, so please, you just permit me because I'm speaking more from a legal perspective. The biggest problem that we have in Africa is that when it comes to technology and the foreign countries, so that's the West and China as well, is that power imbalance, because they have more of technological know-how and they also have the infrastructure as well. But what we have in Africa is we have the numbers, we have the people, and we have regional power. But I don't think that we actually know about this, and I don't also think that we actually harness this. So it's something that we need to harness. There was a recent study that was done where somebody looked at all the 15 ECOWAS states and found out that out of 10 of the 15 ECOWAS states, only 4 or 5 have AI strategies, but everyone is using a lot of the AI that has been developed by foreign partners, meaning that a lot of digital regions to healthcare and credits is now being managed by Gemini and other AI tools that are foreign developed and foreign based. So what can we do? We can speak with one voice as Africa in relation to data infrastructure. We know that at this stage, we need to work with foreign partners. We still need them to work with to be able to come up with local data centers that we need, to be able to come up with applications that can be locally built and driven. However, we should be entering into agreements where we would have certain terms that will favor us and that we would fight for. And we should be speaking as a collective voice. So they know that if we go to Nigeria, it's the same thing that we'll hear if we go to Kenya as well. That's the same thing that we'll hear if we go to Cabo Verde today, and it's the same thing we'll hear if we go to Benin today. So for example now, a clause that states that even if we enter into an agreement with you for you to build local data centers here, you have to ensure that certain percentage of the local staff will be local people so that they learn this skill and later on they are able to build it. Clauses that states that even if we would use your cloud service, there should be a clause that says that your government would not have access to our data. Those sort of clauses, and those are clauses that as Africa we should be working together to ensure that in every single African country, we are all speaking with the same voice. We would then have a more strong and collaborative voice and approach, and that gives us that now creates a more balanced power equation between the global south and the global north. So it's very important. We have to mandate local sovereignty clauses that has standard contractual clauses that stipulate that Africa's government will still own our data and will still be able to manage this, even if we're relying on some foreign expertise that they would be providing. We should be able to, there should be jurisdictional clauses that will state that in the event that there is a dispute, the dispute should be resolved within Africa using our own courts, using our own local dispute resolution mechanisms, and also using judges that are actually judges, arbitrators, mediators that are actually bred from Africa. That is the only way that our own rights can be protected and fought for. There should also be clauses that will talk about audit rights and the right for the government to be able to audit when needed. So that is for collective contractual enforcement, and we need to be speaking as one voice. It can start with a regional thing, because one thing I noticed about Africa is it's harder for all of us to work together. That's the 54 states to work together. But generally, you see collaboration between blocks. So ECOWAS, SADC, and those are things we can start with those regional blocks having one voice in relation to demanding certain rights that would protect African citizens. So the second one is diplomatic and legal shield. And that generally has to do with foreign government surveillance. So putting in clauses that will limit foreign government surveillance to our data. One of them being bilateral and multilateral data protection agreements. So we should prioritize going into bilateral and multilateral, detect our data from foreign interference, foreign surveillance, and will also protect our national security, as this will establish data balance and most importantly, would protect data belonging to African citizens. There should also be clauses, like I said before, on capacity building. While these are interim solutions, we need to ensure that whatever solution that we're applying now would help us to get to where we want to get to later. So there should be capacity building clauses that state that if we're entering into agreements for the development of data centers and for the use of foreign cloud systems, there should be a certain percentage of local developers that will be used, and that they should also be trained as well as they're being deployed in this sort of services, so that in the next 5 to 10 years, we can say we have more developers and we have more locally built data centers. These small steps in being done in consistent measures would help us to get to that stage where, to an extent, we can get a certain bit of our sovereignty back, as it would ensure that our technical know-how is then increased. We would then have a more strong and unified voice in relation to protecting our data. So in conclusion, the interim approach transforms the relationship from us being passive consumers of data, of foreign policies, of foreign governance, and to us now being a more powerful and unified voice that enforces the originators of policies that protect us, originators of agreements that protect us, and originators of clauses that would ensure that our people here are being locally developed and we are improving our technical know-how. That is the way for us to truly get to that place where we can say that we have our digital sovereignty and deal with the problem of decolonization. Thank you. Of colonization. Thank you.
Powerful. Thank you so much, Ife. Thank you so much, Ibokunlua. Okay. Please, a round of applause once again for her. All right, thanks, Ibukun. Please, let's have photographers. Let's have that photo. Thank you. Okay. Now I'm moving on to the next panel session, which is titled The Guardians of the Digital Frontier: Cybersecurity, Privacy, and Africa's AI Sovereignty. As Africa becomes more digital, the threats are growing, including cybercrime, data theft, and surveillance. This session will break down what cybersecurity really means in everyday terms and why it is central to AI sovereignty. So I'd like to first of all call on our panelist, our moderator for today, Precious Adeze. She's the founder of Byte Bunker. Hello, Precious. You're welcome. A round of applause for Precious, please, as she walks up to the stage. Hi, Precious. Okay. Next up on the list, I'm going to call Mr. Sadiq Nasir. Is the managing director of NetSwitch Limited. You're welcome, sir. Round of applause for him, please. Okay, great. And second, I'm going to call on Dr. Tolulokpe Pius Fadikpe, who is the head of research and development at Nigeria Data Protection Commission. You're welcome, man. Okay, do we have any of the other panelists on the online? Oh, okay. And also we have Shipra Warima. She's the vice president of the Global Council for Responsible AI Kenya chapter. You're welcome. You're welcome, Shipra. Hi, Shipra. Say hello to us.
Hello.
Okay, okay. We can hear you loud and clear. We can hear you loud and clear. Hello from Nigeria. All right. The last person on the list is Bolaji Bankole. Is he with us? Is Bolaji online? Okay. All right. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Precious to Adeze and let her take us on this interesting journey.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Digital Africa, for bringing this session to us. It's been an amazing journey since yesterday. Listening to all the speakers and everything they have to say, it's very imperative for us to understand that AI is not some stories that we hear, it's not a future thing, okay? According to the last speaker, he said that let us not meet AI tomorrow and be in the past of AI. So we'll be looking at the security angle to all this. And it's actually, or let me put it this way, let us not invite problems to ourselves. Yeah, that's how I want to look at it. So it's not a scary thing to use AI, but are we prepared? Are we really prepared to handle everything that comes with AI? It's a great technology, yeah, we all know that. But are we really prepared for this change that has come to stay? And I'll be giving, do we have Dr. Shimra online? So I'll be giving them 5 minutes to air their views on what they think. They have different angles to it, but then please, I will employ us to please add other angles since we don't have the rest of our speakers here with us. Thank you. So, Dr. Nasir, can we hear from you, please?
All right. Cybersecurity is actually not important until it becomes important. So let me break that down to you. When we do advocacy, try to enlighten people on the best practice around cybersecurity, a lot of people go mute and they go deaf. And then when there's an incident, maybe a WhatsApp incident happens and then someone's WhatsApp gets compromised and then money is extracted, then we receive calls that my WhatsApp is hacked, my WhatsApp is hacked. The truth is, I was telling you this last year, but you just didn't listen. So what am I trying to say is, we need to be more deliberate around how we interact with our devices. We need to educate our parents. We need to educate our colleagues. We need to educate everyone around us, because there's no point you buy a phone for your grandma, you teach her how to use WhatsApp, and she's able to send you messages from the hometown or from the village, but yet you never told her that someone could easily compromise her WhatsApp and what she can do about it. They tend to have people that they target, certain demographics, that's the hackers. So imagine if that happens to maybe your loved one, you'll be torn apart. So what I'm trying to say is there's a need to break down cybersecurity concept to it's become more complex. They sit down, create a perfect prompt, put it on ChatGPT, reverse engineer ChatGPT, and then they come out with the solutions. So before you know it, it's hard to distinguish whether this is a genuine email that is coming to you or not. Even with WhatsApp. So let me just give you into context. For the past 10 years, I've been part of the team that go out for cybersecurity awareness, and we educate people around everything else around cybersecurity. And you only get people's attention when you tell them your phone can be compromised and they can steal your money. That's when people get attention, because people like to work hard for their money and they like to keep their money. So the important thing is we need to be more deliberate on how we protect ourselves. We need to educate even the younger ones. The younger ones are more vulnerable than ever. A lot of us have kids right now. They're probably at home, some of us, some of them having their midterms. And what do they do with devices? How do they spend time? These are all things that we as parents, we as CEOs, we as startups, we need to be able to ask ourselves. If you're a new startup, have you thought about developing an AI-powered solution that is like cybersecurity centric, that can help keep your parents safe? If you're a parent, have you thought about looking for a software solution, maybe an application that you can install on your phone that can limit or monitor what your kids do? These are all questions we need to ask ourselves. And this is not rocket science. This is real life. A few years ago, before everybody started talking about AI, I was privileged to be a part of a project called One Laptop Per Child, which was pushed down by the MIT, that's our American University. And one of the things we noticed that we went to a rural school somewhere in Abuja. When I mean rural school, like a school that don't have internet, they don't have all the luxuries of electricity and whatnot. And we gave them this $100 laptops. Within 20 minutes, these kids have never seen a laptop before. I mean, then there was no tablets. I'm talking about close to about 15, 16, 17 years ago, thereabout. Then tablets were not much. And we heard a screaming noise coming from the classroom. And then everybody was like, okay, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? So I said, okay, let me walk to the back of the classroom, because that's where the noise is originating from. As I went to the back, they covered the laptops. And I got curious as to what were they doing with these, like what they were doing. Then someone told me that, oh, they were watching pornography. These are kids that have never seen a laptop before. They've never had access to internet ever. They're like from the rural home. But within 20 minutes, someone was able to say, okay, this is what we do. Let's go and find porn. And they find it exciting. So these are some of the dangers I'm bringing to us as parents, as business owners, as someone with loved ones. We need to ask ourselves. And sometimes people come to me and say, okay, what do? I have cybersecurity issue. I'm like, I don't know it all. I might be a professional, but I don't know it all. Because the truth is, sometimes these threat actors, what I mean by threat actors, that the bad people, they're actually 10 steps ahead of you. And we have to start thinking in that direction, because cybersecurity is more of a mental game, like having that awareness. Technology comes in second. You are human resources in your office. Have you thought about conducting a cybersecurity awareness for the team in your office? A lot of organizations, they spend millions and millions of naira, equipping their teams with latest softwares, latest everything else. But have you ever trained your staff? Okay, fine, you've trained them, but how frequent? Some people say you have to do awareness every year, like once at least every year for your team, because it only takes one staff to click on that malicious email and your entire network infrastructure comes to a halt. These are not far-fetched stories. We've seen it in airports around the world. I think just last month, was it Heathrow or somewhere, their systems were compromised. So the thing I'm saying is, we as Nigerians, we shouldn't think of cybersecurity as their problem. That's the IT guys and whatnot. We should think of it as, it's also my problem. What can I do to keep my parents safe? What can I do to keep my kids safe? What can I do to keep my organization safe? A way around this is we have to seek for knowledge. Nobody knows it all. Just ask questions. You have colleagues, you have IT guys, ask them questions. Oh, how do I protect my laptop? A simple solution might be just to lock your laptop every time you're stepping out, because that 1 minute can leave your colleague to compromise your system. It doesn't take much. You might be working together, but everyone has different motives. Maybe he's trying to get a promotion ahead of you. Maybe he's just evil intent. I don't know, but I'm just saying these things happen. Whenever you are working with a laptop in an environment, you have to make sure that it's locked. So there's several tips that I could give us, but I'm trying to keep the conversation short to tell you that cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. It's a responsibility that involves you and I, and AI can help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nasir. So we have Dr. Tolu. Dr. Tolu, would like to hear from you before I...
All right, thank you. The issue of artificial intelligence is quite interesting. It's what you can't avoid. So because when you start thinking about artificial intelligence, so people are running away from it. You can't run away from it. When the last panelist spoke, the guy was talking about when we use Nokia. So it means that we've been using AI ever since we started using Nokia. The only thing is that AI developed. And in the era of AI, there's a privacy risk. And when you talk about AI depends heavily on data. So the question I want to ask you is that who is feeding AI this data? It is you and I. So a good example is you're on Facebook or Instagram, TikTok, etc. You always maybe on the platforms that sell food, clothes, a certain type of clothes. After a while, you start see your Facebook or your social media handle suggesting things that unlock your pattern of thought. What does it mean? That study your pattern of thought because you have fed it that data. Now, what has Nigeria done? Nigeria has enacted the Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023. And the purpose of that act is to regulate the processing of personal information. And personal information also translates to personal data. So most people are not even conscious of what they do with their data. Now we have personal data. We also have sensitive personal data. Your personal data are your name, your address, your email, BVN, etc. Your sensitive personal data are your health records, genetic, political affiliation, things that can be used to discriminate against you. Of recent, I was at a conference. It's about cocoa, and it's about the EU DHRU compliance for cocoa farmers. That is, if they want to take their cocoa to the EU, they need to meet some certain terms. So now what they've done is that they do geolocation for cocoa farms. And when I spoke, I told them that there's a risk there. There's a risk that someone is able to hack into that system and is able to see what that farmer is doing in life on his farm. So the issue of artificial intelligence is moving into our day-to-day activities. Now, there are some key challenges that are issues with AI. And the first thing is over-collection of data. So for AI to work, it needs large set of data. So it collects a lot of data, even data that are not useful. So the first thing is data minimization, to ensure that AI collects only data that is necessary about you. Two, under the Act, we have what we call right of data subject. So we have a data controller. That is the people that take your data and determine the use of your data, like your Facebook. We now have the data processor that processes data on behalf of the data controller. And of course, we have ourselves, we are the data subjects. Now you have data subject rights. So one of the beautiful things the Act has done is the right to be informed. So the fourth question about yourselves are most of you, when you start using AI or you download all these emerging technologies, you don't even read the privacy policy that says it's going to collect your data and what it's going to do with your data. So the right to be informed. Most importantly is the right to object to automated decision making. So if you're talking about AI, that is, AI can take a decision without human intervention. So as a data subject, you have a right to object to decision based on automated processing. Then the issue of consent is very, very important. Before they can even process this data, they need your consent. Most of us just give consent. So if you download app, most of these apps, they use artificial intelligence. So most of us, when we download our app, we just download the app. We don't even check the privacy settings of the app. So that is why most apps listen to your conversation. That is why if we are talking about maybe I want to buy cars now, the next thing you start seeing is cars. How come? Because you are giving it access. Artificial intelligence is very good. It's very good. But we have to create like a balance between artificial intelligence and privacy. And what the Commission has done for that to help AI and emerging technology is that we have what we call our guide. That is the General Implementation and Application Directive, which is meant to implement the act. So under Section 43, yes, 43, we have guidelines for emerging technologies. So anybody deploying emerging technology in Nigeria, the first thing they need to put in place is technical and organizations measures. So people from cybersecurity, they're very conversant with that. You have to put pressures in place to ensure that the data you have is well guided, that nobody can be. Like I said earlier on, the moment there's a new technology, someone is waiting there to hack it. They are hackers. That is what they will do. So that's why when you have your phone, you keep seeing a notification saying that you should update your app, that there's a vulnerability. If you do it today, tomorrow, because they have their hands, they are trying to also patch up any vulnerable aspects that hackers will go into. So the issue of artificial intelligence is very critical. So for that guide, we also made a provision that when deploying apps that use artificial intelligence, there has to be privacy by design, privacy by default. You know, I mentioned earlier on that when we download this app, we just give them access. So by default, the app is meant to be private. So by default, you go to your app now, you see that you have options to put off microphone, to put off contacts. In the same way, the issue of these shark loans, what happens? They download the app. And once they download the app, immediately you're already giving consent. If you look at the policy, you've already given them consent to take your data and to start advertising your obituary or just do something scandalous. You give them the access to do that. But now, at the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, we are raising people's consciousness to that you have a right over your data. You need to be able to control your data. You need to be careful how you train AI. A good example is a news study this year where a child, I think in the US, committed suicide. And how did the child commit suicide? Through AI. So I think he was chatting with, I'm not sure if it's GPT, I'm not sure, and was telling the chatbot that he wants to commit suicide, and his chatbot told the child how to commit suicide. Through interaction, through the data the child has fed into the AI system. And that's why you see that people like Google, Meta, they are taking the issue of data privacy very seriously. And like you said, we need to now educate our children. We need to educate our grandmom in the village. Like I talk about Coco now. Maybe your grandmom is a Coco. A Coco now is going online. That means our data too has to go online. So the first thing is number one, human capital development. And what the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Communications and Digital Economy has done, under which we have NDPC, of recent they launched a program alongside Google, and that program is AI Campus, and we have Politica. So it's meant for public servants. So according to that research, it says that about 59% public servants use AI, but only 15% of them are trained on the use of AI. So what that calls door for public servants, number one, is that they can go online and learn about artificial intelligence. So in conclusion, not to bore you too much, when you talk about artificial intelligence, you also need to balance it with the issue of privacy. Thank you.
Okay, please a round for applause for them, please. These are my top orgazo. I don't know how you people are. This your clap is not even going anywhere, please. She actually was one of those that trained me in data protection, and this is also another orga that I always look up to. So please, let's and also please gather your questions. You have like 2 minutes to ask questions, but that will be after I ask my own question, Abby. At least I'm the orga for this session, Abby. So after I ask my own question, I'll give you 2 minutes to ask your own questions. Thank you. All right. So my question goes to Dr. Nasir. Being very, very involved in building technologies regarding cybersecurity, how, or rather, what are the implications of using all these foreign technologies on our African data?
The use of foreign technology has several implications. For instance, most of these solutions that are built do not understand our local context. Recently, I was doing a project, so I was using one of these AI solutions. And the more I interact with it, the more I discover that it knows very little about Nigeria, very little about northern Nigeria, zero to nothing about northern Nigeria or the Hausa culture. I mean, it knows what it knows, but the level of understanding was very, very poor. So and I said, okay, maybe I should look for trouble. I sent them an email saying that, hello guys, hi, I noticed that your software issues get key-leg like this. They said, okay, what do you mean? I said, okay, can we look at how we can work together to improve how it understands Nigeria? They said, oh yeah. It's what they're looking at for the long term, So what she was trying to say politely was, Nigeria is not within their radar, like in terms of what they need to build. So that's when it hit me that, look, we should stop depending on this Western world for everything. We tend to depend on them for everything. We have a lot of young talent. You know, we have to find a way to like keep encouraging them. It's not easy, but we have a lot of young talent. I've seen a lot of young people develop cybersecurity solutions around. And when they go to big organizations around, to sell their product becomes a problem for them, largely because nobody knows them. So the question now is, how do we promote these local companies? How do we promote them? If you look at when most government organizations, when they have their tenders, you'd see you must produce BPP, you must produce PENCOM, you must produce, the list is endless, like 5, 6, 7, which is fine. But the question is, for someone that just graduated the university, he has a lot of talent. He teamed up with his classmates and he builds solutions. How can he get all those documents? So that's a big question I'm throwing out to all of us. I don't have the answers. I'm just saying that these are the realities. And these young people, how can we push them to bypass this? I'm not saying that we should bypass them, but how can we navigate those contemporary challenges? Because the truth is, so as long as we don't have our own local solutions, we should not have these conversations around data sovereignty. Because when someone else builds it, he controls what to do with your data. He decides what to do with it. So we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to promote these local startups. We have to give them funding. We need a lot of venture capitalists. We need a lot of angel investors in this space, because a lot of these guys might have the solutions. I'll tell you a simple, something that happened to me during the week. Just before I went to bed, I saw one of my colleagues put up a challenge that they built an application with AI in 4 hours, and it was fully functional Compass. I said, okay. I've never tried building an application with no codes, nothing, just prompt. I went online and I found a software solution that built me a Compass in 7 minutes. When the thing finished, I had to step aside and just clap for AI and just clap for myself, because it was really, really amazing. And then during the week, I was having a conversation with a team of land surveyors, and I was telling them the power of AI. And I brought the application, the Compass, and I showed them. I said, look, I know nothing about geography. The last time I did geography was close to 30 years ago when I was in secondary school. I know that there's X and Y coordinates. But what I had was the idea that someone gave me an idea that, okay, someone challenged me rather. And I was just able to put that in a prompt. It has its challenges. It was not perfect. But what I'm saying is solutions can be built right now with less effort. So really these days to sit down and say, I don't have money, I don't think that should be the conversation. The conversation is, where can I get a laptop? Where can I get data? Once you have these two, just the next thing is just have an idea. How can I start building solutions? And some of the solutions might not work. Some of them might be working with KLA, but at least let's encourage these young people because they are the ones with the energy. A lot of us that have crossed the 40 years of, since birth, our level of thinking and our level of taking risk has really changed because the truth is you have to feed your family. There's a certain level of risk you cannot take or we cannot take at that level. So that's why I'm encouraging the younger ones who have energy, who have time to take risk, to build these applications. They don't have to work, they can be scrappy and just knock into my colleague's office and say, look, I have a solution for your office. And then the office should be able to say, okay, let's look at it. Let's look at it. We might not buy it now, but at least let's look at it. Let's have conversations around how we can improve on it. So until we get to that stage, we would always talk about data sovereignty. Google is taking my data. Facebook, they would take your data and they would do what they want because they are guided by the laws of their countries, which is fine. But we too, we have to start thinking in that direction. How can we constantly evolve these laws? Because a lot of these laws, the cybersecurity laws that govern this country, I think there's a timeline of 5 years of review. So the same applies for the data protection. I don't know what the timeline is, but several other laws that guard our data, AI, and everything else, we need to constantly review them. And when we're reviewing these policies, it's not a question of getting experts to review them. Let's get stakeholders, because a lot
Right, this is better. So I understand that we have policies in place. NDPC has been doing a lot, throwing out trainings, awareness, and doing a lot to incorporate people, make them understand how they can use their data. And with regards to AI, now, do you think that these policies are aligned with our human rights and values? And how do you think the government, what role do you think the government can play in making these policies suit us as Africans?
All right. Thank you. So if you may recall earlier on, I spoke about data subject rights. All right. So in the Constitution now, section 37, it says that a citizen has a right to privacy, which was not well defined. That's why we now have the Nigeria Data Protection Act, which now talks about privacy. So our act mainly is focused on the data subjects. That is the rights of a Nigerian citizen to privacy, which is very important when it comes to artificial intelligence. Now, when talking about policy, Of recent, the Minister of Communications, Dr. Bosu Tijani, there was this draft national AI strategy document, which they are working on to at least have like a guideline on the use of AI, ethical use of AI. That's how you say ethical use of AI in Nigeria. And of course, the level of Africa, we have the African Union policy document on AI, and what they were trying to do over the course of, I think, years, is to have like an harmonized policy for AI. If you may recall earlier on where the keynote speaker, Iboko, was speaking, she mentioned the use of GDPR. So what GDPR does is that it's a kind of law that cuts across the EU. I know the EU is just one, it's not just one country, it's a list of countries. So that is, they have this harmonized voice when it comes to AI. At the G20 meeting recently, they were talking about AI, and one thing they said was that no African data, no AI, because we already know that there's a problem with artificial intelligence in Africa. Most of these models are not being trained by data in Africa. It's foreign data. So a good example is when I did my PhD and I wanted to submit, they asked me to feed my research into Turnitin. I fed it into Turnitin. Turnitin is using artificial intelligence to mark, maybe you plagiarize, etc., etc. But there was a problem. The problem was that there's a way we speak in Africa. Even in Nigeria, there's a speak where Igbo we speak, Hausa we speak, Yoruba we speak, we will see that kind of accents. And the way you use English, we have British English, we have American English, we have Nigeria English, we have Pidgin English. It's still the same English as you are still speaking. For example, if I say I'm coming, it's Yoruba English, it means that I'm Mumbo. I just translated it directly to English. I discovered that the Turnitin were just speaking terms that were common, that were registers in my discipline. We shouldn't be so. Why is that a problem? That's a problem because we have not had people develop something that is similar to Turnitin in Africa for the educational sector. So up to now, the educational sector is depending on Turnitin. And not forget that Turnitin is comparing our research document with foreign research documents. Because in Africa, how many of our research papers are fed onto AI? Because that's why if you go to university, you just see your research articles, you just see them pile up in the library. So that's why we are trying as much as possible to harmonize this policy. Like, to speak with one voice. That's why I said no African AI, no data. That's no data, no African AI. That's why I said earlier on that who are the people that feed this data into AI? So for example, if we take a document now and put it in AI to translate to French, and you put that document for AI to translate to Hausa, AI will perfectly translate it to French with like maybe 90% accuracy. If you ask it to translate to Hausa, you're going to have a problem because it's not going to translate it perfectly. So it means that there's this issue of training AI. And one thing we've done at the Commission is that we now have what we call data protection clubs in universities. It's very strategic. Because who are the people building these models? Who are the people meant to build these models? It's the people in university. And after they leave university, they go into the workforce. So what are we doing is to have this club to encourage them, to teach them about data privacy, and to encourage them that when you are building these systems, ensure that you build privacy by default into the system. Ensure that when you are building the system, the rights of the data subjects, which translate to the human rights, is being respected. When it's being built into that, I mentioned opt-in and opt-out earlier on. That is if you go online and they ask for your consent, you have to tick a box. It means that you have signed in. Just like you subscribe and unsubscribe. It means after a while, if you're not interested, you also go back there and do what? And unsubscribe. So what we are doing at the Commission is to raise people's consciousness that as data subjects, we are humans. And because we are humans, we have a right to privacy. And that right to privacy needs to be protected. Now, if I may say, It's not just about policy protecting your privacy. No, we as individuals, we also have a lot to do. Like the other pioneers spoke that, who are the governments? We are the governments. Who are the Nigerians? We are the Nigerians. We also go a long way to be ensured, to be conscious that in our human interaction with artificial intelligence, we are always very careful. That at the back of our mind, we build what? The conscious use of privacy. It's not everything you take like you put into AI. You have a right, but protecting that right starts from you as an individual. If you don't protect your rights first, the government will not protect that right. So the reason why we focus on data subjects because that we need data subjects to start holding organizations, to start holding data controllers accountable. A prime example is, there's a time UBA locked my account because I don't know, they said my account was not regular, money came, dash. And funniest thing was that was the only account I had money. And I was very hungry that day, I'm not hitting. So I went to UBA. They were speaking English. I had to finish speaking. And I said, look here, I have a right. And that right includes that you have a right to keep my money to ensure that maybe there's a fraud or something. But I also have access to that money. So what you would do for me is that you need to lift embargo of that money. Let me have access to like maybe 2% of that money. Let me withdraw that money. Then once I withdraw that, I can do what I want to do with that money and come back to sort it out. Immediately I said that, she said, okay. If I don't know my rights, that's how they will lock my account. I will stay hungry. And if I'm hungry, how will I think? And how will I work? So what I'm saying is that we as citizens, we need to be conscious of this use of artificial intelligence. Be conscious of the use of your privacy. And what were we asking? Also question. People should not just come and take your data and you're giving them the data. You're not asking them what they want to use data for. An app is asking you to upload your picture. Have you asked them have you tried to read the policy of the app while you're uploading your picture? For example, when people ask me and I go in and they ask me for my maiden name, I begin to wonder, what has my maiden name got to do? They won't ask my mother's maiden name. Of what use is that? So, as citizens, as data subjects, we ourselves have a lot of work to do. So this training of AI is not just about someone sitting down there and training AI. It's a collective effort of everybody. That's why I'm talking about harmonization of all this policy. So that we can do what? We can speak with one voice. Artificial intelligence has come to stay. And there's nothing anybody, you cannot run away from artificial intelligence. Like if you use Google Map, you are using artificial intelligence. I went to a bathroom recently. I saw the paper towel dispenser. I was trying to put it in. It was pulling back. I was wondering what is happening. And I stepped back. As a researcher that I am now, and I stepped back with my glasses and I looked very well. And I saw it had a sensor. I needed to do like this. That may not be a complicated artificial intelligence, but it's amazing technology. It's using something. You know, someone can put a camera there and I'm waving. The person is just like the way you use your laptop. That's why we are creating that your laptop's camcorder must be covered. Because someone is there looking at you online. And you know someone is looking at you online. So as Africans, as Nigerians, we also need to raise our consciousness about the issue of data privacy. In as much as the government is also trying to implement policy, trying to see what we can do to encourage that you have a safe and trusted digital economy, we as citizens also have a right, also have that duty, due diligence, to ensure that we protect our privacy and to ensure that when things are not right, you start to what? Start to question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tolu, for that. So, my sincere apology to Dr. Shifra Wairima. I hope I did not murder your name. Okay, so please, in less than 5 minutes. We don't have enough time. Is she still on? In less than 5 minutes. Is she still with us? Are you still with us? Dr. Shifra? She's still online. She's not online. Oh. Okay, so okay. We apologize for that. We have international speakers from Kenya, and we were supposed to introduce her earlier. I apologize for skipping that part. I didn't know she was already online. And I think we're having, is it network troubles? Light troubles, okay. So, the question I was supposed to throw to her, I'm going to throw this question to Dr. Tolu, but Dr. Tolu, please, in 2 minutes. Please, in 2 minutes. Now, we talk about the data sovereignty, and we have partnerships, across nations on how we use data and AI. Now, the question here is, how can we leverage these partnerships to ensure that we are secure when using this AI?
So the first thing I would like to say, which is very tied with privacy, is accountability. There's what they call accountability, fairness, and transparency. We are talking about data governance, and you're talking about collaboration. That means you're talking about cross-border data transfer. When we talk about cloud, it means that your data is leaving your country and also going outside. And one of our pillars at NDPC is collaboration and cooperation. Like the Africans say, a tree cannot make a forest. That's not how you're not going to collaborate and work with other people. So the first thing we need to do is, most of this collaboration needs to have like a memorandum of MOU, memorandum of understanding. There's something called data processing agreements. You need to have data processing agreements to let us know that all those data sovereignty, all those data you are processing that is being transferred, is it well secured? That's at the place of ensuring that these countries you have this collaboration with, do they have a data protection authority? If they don't have a data protection authority, is there adequacy decision in place to ensure that data you are transferring there is safe? And that is why the issue of terms coming, technical and organization measures. There have been, when we talk about technical and organization measures, we talk about encryption, anonymization, the identification. They will also talk about masking. A good example is masking is that if we take your card, your ATM card, you will see that's a masking. They will write some few numbers and mask the other number, so they don't identify you. So in as much as we talk about data sovereignty, we have to, and collaboration and cooperation, we have to have, like I said, MOU, data processing agreements, ensure that whatever the data is domiciled, that we have data protection authorities. And of course, the first question, the most important thing is that, what are the laws we have in Nigeria that govern this data sovereignty? Do you have guidelines on data sovereignty in Nigeria? I'd like to tell you that it's part of what the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, alongside other key agencies, are working on, because with the issue of this digital economy, artificial intelligence, the issue of data sovereignty is also very, very key. That's why we've talked about the issue of localization, and I've heard from the room now that the question is that, are we ready to locally host our data? And that is where Galaxy Backbone comes into the picture. And I'm sure they're trying their best possible, their possible best to ensure that they put necessary infrastructure in place. Rome was not built on a day. We start from somewhere, then over the time, we're able to have full data sovereignty. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay, she did try. Clap for her now. She tried to keep to time. Don't clap now. He will use 5 minutes. Okay, so Dr. Nasir, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Okay. So now, you already told us about, the use of AI and everything around it. Now, we understand that nobody will produce a tool and completely alienate themselves from how that tool is being managed, right? Yeah. At least we have some programmers here, and they will attest to the fact that you always leave either a backdoor or something that allows you, because you have to do repairs, you have to do upgrades and all that. Now, the defensive mechanisms that we have as regards to cybersecurity, are they adequate in the use of AI?
Are we referring to local solutions that we have already, or?
Do we have enough local solutions? And the international solutions we are using, are they adequate for us as Africans?
It's a very good question that you asked me. that whether the current solutions that we have, both local and foreign, are they adequate? Partially, yes. Because when it comes to cybersecurity, there are lots and lots of things that come into play. We have the technology, we have the process, and we have the people that use it. And if one of these three pillars within the ecosystem is not optimal, then the solutions will not work. So a lot of the foreign solutions that we have, yes, they're good. I think they're generally good. But I'll give you a typical scenario. There was a virus that was built. It was specifically built for certain languages. So imagine when the virus got out of hand, when the virus gets out of hand, it can only stay within that local environment that speak that language that it was built for. So what I'm saying is, imagine having local solutions that are contextual to us, like in terms of cybersecurity. That means we would have a more robust solutions because they'll be more effective because they are built to our specific context. I'll give you a quick reference. Yesterday, I was looking for, or day before yesterday, I was doing a project. I needed a voiceover, like a voice background voice. And I said, okay, fine. I'll get an artist in somewhere in the north to do my background song. And before that person could get back to me, I just went online and used AI, and I was able to generate a beautiful song with beautiful Hausa lyrics. But when I listened to the lyrics, it was a Chinese woman struggling to speak Hausa. So the question is, what we have is not, because they didn't build it with our context, they didn't build it with our local accent. So it's a Chinese woman struggling to sing Hausa in a Chinese accent, in a Chinese accent, trying to sing Hausa. So it was a good attempt. And then the beats were off because they sounded Indian. So somehow someone told AI that Hausa music and AI and Indian, they are similar. Yes, there are similarities. Why? Because in the 70s, 80s, a lot of us grew up watching Indian films. So there is that context. But when you talk about original Hausa rhythm, it's nothing to do with Indian. We have our own rhythm. But because of the way the AIs were trained and everything else, just assume that, okay, all these Kannywood films, all this Kannywood music, these are the contemporary Hausa music. And they use it to train their data. And then you have this Chinese woman singing Hausa in a funny, funny Hausa accent. So that just to give you a real context. And the same happens not just within cybersecurity, but within the music multimedia space. But the same thing happens with AI. The same thing happens with cybersecurity. When you try to build a solution for another country and then you bring it to Nigeria, it might work. It might work perfectly. But what if the font used in the language is Hausa? That, like the font in it could actually it could actually distort the way maybe the antivirus works, for example. I'm just saying. So we need to start thinking locally. Foreign solutions are good. They give us temporary cover and everything else. But the truth is, another dimension to it is a lot of these solutions are costly, especially with the current dollar rate. Are we going to keep giving them all our monies, our hard-earned monies? A solution to this is to leverage on open source solutions. There are a lot of them out there. So the challenge to the local companies here is, how can we start using these open source solutions, those that have open license, to customize it so that it can solve our local cybersecurity problems? And not just developing the apps, we need people to patronize this. If you have a small business, you should be able to buy some of these locally made solutions, because that's the only way it can grow. We can keep thinking about building local solutions. These young kids would build the solutions, but we never told them nobody will buy it, because we're not encouraging them. We as in businesses, you as an individual, we need to have locally made antivirus softwares. I'm sure there are lots of them. I've not seen any in recent times. Sorry, I've seen one or two. One of my colleagues have built, but it's not enough. They're only operating within Abuja. We need someone in Kano doing the same thing. We need someone in Lagos doing the same thing. And we need to give them these opportunities. So there are lots and lots of opportunities out there for us to build these local solutions. And we can always leverage on the foreign ones, but let's not take it that it will take us to the finish or the promised land. Let's also use open source solutions, customize it, and make it ours in terms of context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nasir. One thing I like to do as an educator is to use the simplest of English. I like simple common language, or what's it called again? LCM. I like to make it as simple as possible. So before I throw to the audience, the opportunity to ask your questions, I think everything they've been trying to let us know is that AI is good. AI also has its challenges. You should be careful of the type of data you throw out there. We women that like to use AI to do our pictures so that we can look like we are living in the United States of Abuja, and we do not read the terms and conditions for which we actually upload our pictures. They are trying to warn you that you're feeding your data to AI, and AI is actually using your data to generate a lot of things, so that tomorrow you don't see yourself. It's your face, because you gave AI your face. You see your face, and then your face is stealing from one place. Now you'll be wondering how it got there. Somebody can actually make use of AI to do malicious, take malicious risk with your face, and they don't even really need to know that you're the one that they want to do this thing. All they have to do is ask AI, give AI some prompts like use a black figure with chocolate, 5 seats, 6 feet tall, very round cheeks and all that, and AI will just deliver your pictures to them. And you are sitting in your house and you're seeing a different thing, going on somewhere, and you will not understand how it came about. So you have to be very careful how you put out your data there. And also, Dr. Nasir has been trying to let us know that it's very good for us to use these international solutions, but we as Africans, we need to come up with our own solutions. We can't continue to rely on their solutions, because if we rely on their solutions, it means they are controlling how we use these solutions. I actually asked Dr. Shola earlier, as an engineer, you understand that we have these raw materials. Why is it that our young people are not coming out to build these things? Because we actually have all the raw materials needed. We export them. We give it out to them to use for us, and then deliver finished products for us that are not even in line with what we really need. If you look at the phones, for instance, I think most of what we use the phone for is calls, and then to sit down on social media and consume contents that others have created. A lot of us don't even know that there are other uses to your phone, not just your phone, other devices that you use. So as much as possible, we need to build solutions that will cater to the African man's need, okay? That will cater to our own need without, relying completely. We are not saying that their technologies are not working for us. They are working, but we also need our own solutions that will cater to our own needs. So please, in a few minutes, if you have questions for us, I think now is the right time to ask your questions. I had questions in the previous session, and then nobody gave me the opportunity. So let me not do the same thing. Okay, please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. This is a very rich conversation. Okay, so you spoke about harmonized policy, across different agencies. So do we have, for Nigeria, do we have like an harmonized data? We have different platforms asking you, put your NIN, put your BVN, and then you put that, and then you go to another platform. They still request for that same data. So do we have like a solution like right now in Nigeria that these products can just leverage on, right? And say, okay, if users are going to use this particular data, right, please connect to this kind of API. And then you fetch BVN, get all their full names, get their birth name, and all of that. I don't know if we're working on that. I need clarification, because if this harmonization of data is there, then we can talk about protecting the data. Then we'll talk about localizing this data here in Nigeria. Thank you.
I think Dr. Tolu should answer that.
So that's a very interesting question. I will keep getting that question every time. So for now, all data in silos. That's why if you go to go and renew your driver license, they ask you the same question. You go to immigration, they ask you the same question. NIMSI asks you the same question. So all is supposed to be domicile and NIMSI because they have all major personal data. So what the minister is doing, President, is to have a technical committee on national data exchange. So we are trying to come up with a framework whereby we can harmonize all data so that if you actually request for something, maybe from immigration, all they need to do is just contact NIMSI and draw up that data. So for now, no, but we are working to have like an harmonized policy for data. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is more of a comment than a question, and is to tie the previous panel and the current one together. The previous one centers around operations of AI, and this is about security of AI. For me, my own opinion, it's just like internet. Before you can even talk of AI, we'll need to talk about internet access. Without internet access, there is basically more often than not no AI. Except because you cannot use your phone without the internet. It's usually not a thing now. So number one, internet in many countries is already a human rights thing. So it's a fundamental human right for internet access in many countries. And Nigeria should join this band if we want to have participation, international participation in AI. And then the second thing is also AI will also become an human right issue, fundamental human right, because AI will be so ubiquitous that people will necessarily need to have access to it. We were talking about education of even from the young ones on AI. It's all about access. So we'll need to look at it from both the legal and diplomacy part of it. So the legal part of it is that we'll make internet and AI a fundamental human right for all Nigerians. And then it will be then you are forcing both the public sector and the private sector to actually be intentional about it. Then the other aspect is diplomacy. Diplomacy is about interaction with other nations, other businesses in other climes. So diplomacy is even concerning data protection regulations, data protection laws. It's all about diplomacy. Nigeria businesses in other countries, businesses, foreign businesses in Nigeria, everything all has to work around diplomacy and other laws and regulations and other things, and continuous interaction with different governments, Nigerian government with other governments. So I think looking at it from, and I think the other lady from NDPC has already mentioned something regarding to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is centers on the issue of for some of our students, of our kids, that how do we track them? Some of our students in the schools, some of them, they go into some website that you as fathers, you want to track them so that they will not be deceived. That's number two, regarding the issue of Windows 10 and 11 on the issue of cyber security. I want you to explain more on that. So how can we secure our system? Especially for me personally, I usually, when I see any mail, I respond to mail than WhatsApp message. So how can we be able to differentiate between these are hackers, these are not genuine? I mean, these are not hackers. Some of those mail messages.
So you asked a very good question around how can you distinguish between a real email and a fraudulent one. Before the hype of AI, it was really easy to tell. Once you see that maybe misspelling, you could tell. But right now, it's a bit more sophisticated in the sense that they can easily do a proofread and come up with a very nice, brilliant email. And then there's another thing they do these days is like the spelling of Microsoft. They can create a false domain and then add an R to it. So when you have an R and then you have M, it's not so, you can't really tell that there's that are there because of the way the curves of the N and the R and the M. So it's very, 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 very tricky. You have to be on the watch for. So what I'm saying effectively is whenever you see an email, first of all, what is it asking you to? What is it asking you for, rather? What is asking you, is it urgent? Because typically the hackers tell you that you have 5 minutes or you have 74 hours before your Apple or whatever gets. So when you see that, you don't ask question, why are they putting you on the spot? That's one of the trends that you look out for. Even when they call you via voice, they want you to take an action now. They say, oh yeah, from the bank. Okay, what do you want? You're fine, I'll come to the bank myself. Don't engage them, because the truth is, once you engage them, you don't know when they will attract you. So the thing is, whenever you hear something or you see something that's too good to be true, reply this email and claim your 50,000 naira from the federal government. Chairman. What does it cost you to ask someone that knows someone that works in that agency and say, okay, are they really giving out free stuff? You saw an email and you don't understand it. Just ask questions. You don't need to know everything. Just ask questions. And go to their website. If there's, okay, you win or whatever federal government initiative is giving free money, go to their website and see, are they giving out free money? Because the truth is, sometimes we human beings, we like our wolf. They say, okay, click here and with 100K. You're like, let me quickly give them my BV and everything. Pop, 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 pop. And trust me, as you're entering that send button, alert, you are getting it. That's how fast it is. And the sad reality is, it's very difficult for the government to track down that transaction. Why? Because it's just 10,000 naira or 20,000 naira. Recently, I was in the UK to speak to give a talk at a conference organized by the Cybersecurity Center there. So I was having a conversation with someone that heads their cybersecurity center. I said, look, I noticed that until certain money gets to a certain threshold, you may not really get the agencies to respond. And I said, I feel it's not fair. He says, well, even in the UK, we have a similar thing. I said, how do you mean? He says, well, okay, £100 gets zapped into someone's account. They'll probably use £10,000 to look for your £100. So they'll just probably put it in the record and say, okay, £10,000, put your name, records, and just leave it there. So you have to start thinking that these things are a lot more complicated. Until they have a buildup of cases or they see maybe a certain trend, it's really an overkill. Okay, for example, someone comes to your house and takes your maybe akara. You have one akara, you kept it, you're about to eat, and then you look away and someone took it. Do you think it's worth calling your friend that's in the police, calling your friend that is in various agencies to come and help you look for that akara? You have to look at it from the efficiency side of things. So it's easier to protect your own assets, your own goods, than to rely on a secondary option of maybe the government intervening, because you are the government in this case. You have to protect your own critical assets. You have to protect everything else before you can start jumping on, oh, the government is this, government is that. No. You are the government. You have to take responsibility for your own things. And you may not really need to have all the knowledge. You can seek for the knowledge. And we're talking about AI. You can always ask AI, okay, AI, I'm keeping this pen here. How can I protect it? And then AI will give you, okay, there are several strategies that can use, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. And then you take the one that makes sense to you, that you can apply, and then apply it. So that's it. Thank you. Yes, please. Let me ask you a question too. A question with a question. Have you ever sat down in front of an AI and asked it that same question to build you an app? You should try it. But yes, I think they are. And the reason why I'm telling you this is not to make jest of us. I'm just saying that some of these solutions, we might just be able to build it. That's why I threw you that question, just to give you that challenge that when you go back home, try and do a bit of search, because there are a lot of solutions out there that can actually build codes for you with no effort. You don't need to have any technical knowledge. Just ask it, hey, AI, I need you to build a solution so that I can help track what my child is doing. My child is using Android. Simple. And then see what comes up. It might work 50%, it might work 100%. One way to find out. I mean, there are a lot of proprietary solutions out there that you can build. I cannot really specifically direct you to one, but I'm just saying that one, you can search for it on the stores. If you don't find something that works for you, two, you can try to see if you can build your own. You might say, oh, I don't have the technical knowledge. No, you do. Just go on the AI solutions out there and ask it, I need a solution. I don't have any code knowledge. Just build me a solution that works and see if it works. If it works for you, then now you could even decide to sell it. Who knows? I'm just challenging you back as well. Thank you. Yes, please.
So let me add something. So to answer your question, so there's this app on Google. It's called Family Link. So what Family Link? So what it does is that, for example, I'm a parent. Before I can open, so the legal age in Nigeria is 18. Until there, you're still a child. So for that Family Link, every email I open for my daughter is linked to my email. So on that Family Link, I can actually control what she does on a tab until she's 18. I can see the web she has browsed. If you take, say, because you're using one drive, the same drive, so if you take a picture, the picture automatically loads on my own gallery. So if you go to that app, you can actually see our browser history. Every game she downloads, you can see it. That is before she becomes an adult, because you cannot monitor your adult child history. He or she has the right to privacy. Short, abroad it's 13 years. When they are 13 years, they tell you they have the right to privacy. So in Nigeria, it's still 18. So you can go for that because Google is trying very much to ensure data privacy, unless they will get sued. So you can go to your app store and download that Family Link. Thank you. So it's so your family. So the family, you have a Gmail account. So once you have a Gmail account, your Gmail account cut across all Google apps. So that Family Link is a Google app. Yes.
Good morning. Okay. This session was much anticipated by me. My name is Ebube Asogwa. I'm a medical microbiologist as well as a healthcare data analyst. So I have a suggestion as well as a question. I think when it comes to cybersecurity, it's more of a behavioral problem as well as a technical issue. Because while we build systems that cause cybersecurity, while we build the security system, we should also build the system of fear also. Better laws should be enacted. So before someone think of breaching data or data monopoly, should think of the consequences of it. So secondly, my question, I and my team, we are working on something, a telemedicine project for rural communities in Nigeria to curb maternal and child death in Nigeria. And one of the features of it is an electronic medical recording. Medical history will be shared from one location to another. So as regards this, I really want to know how much, as a professional, data professional, how much of data can we collect from these patients, because we need their information. And for electronic medical recording to work, data needs to be shared. So how much of data can we collect from our patients? Secondly, as regards cybersecurity and healthcare, what really is cyber hygiene when it comes to healthcare? Thank you.
All right, so it's a two-way question, dual question. So I will answer my own part, and Doc will answer his own part. So yes, earlier on I mentioned sensitive personal data. So health records falls under sensitive personal data that can be used to discriminate against individuals. Now you talk about how much data you can collect. So we have a principle of data minimization. That is, only collect necessary data. So now, if you are collecting for health record, collect data that is necessary for that health record. For example, now, if you are collecting data that has to do maybe with maybe like tuberculosis, you don't need to maybe collect their, you can collect their state of origin to be able to maybe demographic something, but just like asking them maybe their Facebook handle or their social media handle. So the thing is that if you are collecting that data, you need to actually sit down and ask your question and ask yourself. So there's something you need to do. It's called DPIA, Data Privacy Impact Assessment. We recommend it when you are building a new technology. And the reason why you need to do a DPIA is to ensure that the technology, the app or the system you are developing does not pose high risk to data subjects. That is, the people you are trying to protect with that app does not pose a risk to them. It's under where you are doing that DPIA that issue of data minimization will come up. So you are going to have a list of data that you feel. You are going to have like a large data set. Then you start to sieve the data and see that which data do we need to collect, which data can we do without. So you speak to the principle of data minimization and data privacy impact assessments. And also ensure that this app you are developing has privacy by default. You need to safeguard those data. Like I said, it's sensitive personal data. It's data that, if be exposed, can cause discrimination against the data subject. Doc.
So still on the issue of applications that monitor children, the truth is, as you are smart by 10%, your kids are smart by 20, 30, 40%. Why? What do I mean by that is, I saw a real life scenario where I was sitting with my colleagues in the IT team, and then they were telling me, oh, these kids find a way to bypass our app so they can go access the internet without being monitored. And I was like, okay, we have a problem. Let me give you a simple example of what I do in my own home. When we hire a new house help, we bring her to where we have the CCTVs. We say, look, we are monitoring, we are watching. And there was a time we hired a new house help. There were two. They were walking in the kitchen. And one of them was trying to do something. Then the other one tapped her on the shoulder and said, look. And we saw them. So it was funny. Me and my wife, we laughed over it. But the truth is, you always need to educate the kids. Don't do this, don't do that. Even when you install the apps, because they always find a way around. They are digital natives, it's their playground, but you have to educate them around what they should do and what they shouldn't do. And the same applies for our employees, those in the health sectors and other sectors. These are the do's and don'ts. These are the kind of information you should put on AI, and these are the kind of information you should not put on AI. For example, if you have someone's name, his health record, and you're looking for interpretation from ChatGPT, you're asking for trouble. Because maybe as a doctor or as a nurse or someone within the health sector, you're trying to maybe understand some of these things, because a lot of this health profession require research. Instead of asking your colleague, you can always ask ChatGPT or any of this AI, but take out those sensitive information so that you don't compromise your work or compromise your place. Then issue of cybersecurity hygiene within the health space. The same thing applies for every other organization. A lot of us, we feel that, oh, Microsoft Office or Windows is very expensive. So we just go to Zone 3 and get the cracked version. It works. Who cares, you know? But the truth is, that cracked one may not necessarily be able to update itself. Sometimes these guys find a way to make these things update themselves. But even then, how are you sure that patch that you're putting was not developed by one hacker to find a way into your your domot? So sometimes, rather than going for the more expensive ones, if we can afford them, we can leverage on the open source ones, especially the free ones, so that we can carry out our work. Because the truth is, we can be compromised from in several angles. And then you have to guard your data. That's physically, like, you have to make sure that when you are leaving your data, if it's on a computer, you have to make sure you lock it, because you don't want your colleagues who are not authorized to access certain medical records. I worked with the NHS in the UK, and one of the trainings they gave us then was, health data is very sensitive. Maybe me and Doc, for example, we are working in the same hospital. it's unethical for me to ask her maybe like after work and say, oh, how's your patient? Like, no. Unless if I really need that information, I have no business asking her because unless if it's work related. So that's what they did. So I think we need to be aware of the conventions around here, the local laws, the Data Protection Act. We need to make sure that the doctors, the nurses, and then the cleaners have unlimited access to so many things. They can do a lot. They can just come to the hospital. Okay, what's this? Oh, okay. And that day might be a senator, it might be a governor, it might be some important personality, and all they have to do is just put it on social media. Senator, this has tuberculosis or something like that. So we need to be careful around how we even keep the data, how we even store it, how we process it. Not just the computer-based data, but the physical data. We have to be mindful. And when someone has no business touching a file, medical file, hospitals that still do medical files, physical files, they have no business. You don't have to say, oh, okay, go and take this file to that person. Does he have right to touch the file? That's the question. If yes, then you can give it to him. Does he understand the laws governing the hospital or the laws governing the land around handling those files? Because some people are very careless. Because a lot of these leaked files we see online, government data especially, there may be people that don't really understand the implication of these laws. And then you just catch it and you send it to your best friend. Your best friend has a best friend. Your best friend has a best friend's best friend. And before you know it, the best friend is online. And then they start looking, okay, who is the CMD? And then before you know it, it's a junior staff somewhere that does not understand the laws, that just casually send it to someone he trusts. And that someone he trusts has so many people that he trusted. And this is how these things get leaked. So we have to be mindful of this data, and we have to learn and know how to protect it. And we as orgas and mid-management staff and lower management staff, we have to make sure that that knowledge is transcended down from the top to the bottom, so that everybody knows this land. Because those guys at the at the bottom of the chain, the cleaners and whatnot, we tend to skip them when it comes to data protection, trainings and several other trainings. I'm not saying that we do, but sometimes when it comes to training, we don't. This one a cleaner, we don't let them not go to our training, but we need to incorporate them because they have unlimited access. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. The conversation on data and artificial intelligence is very serious. Nobody's even smiling in this room. So rather than ask a question, I want to contribute to this conversation by answering a question that Dr. Nasir raised. So first of all, thank you for laying emphasis on the need for local involvement, in local involvement and promoting those local companies that contribute to contextual problem solving in Nigeria. And I was speaking with a founder a couple of days ago, and we talked about conversations similar to this, and we agreed on 3 things that are important: data validation, finance, and partnerships. So first of all, and the most obvious one, we have to validate the data that we use to create the problems for our Nigerian solutions, the solutions to our Nigerian problems, right? And we also have to look at finance and think about how we can create programs like financial inclusion programs for a lot of these local organizations, these local companies, so that they can navigate the different regulatory environments in Nigeria and help them get finance that they can use to push their companies forward. And then the third and not the least thing is in partnerships. So we have to also create avenues for them to partner, to create corporate partnerships that can strengthen their organizations at the local level that they are now and set them up for global growth and impact. So thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I really appreciate the chance given to me to make a clarification for what is beyond it. I wanted to ask regarding most of the transactions that are taking place in the bank. So when someone happens to be a victim of this hacker through unauthorization withdrawal of fund, I don't know why, whenever you visited a bank, they tell you once you give them that code that requested, they have nothing to do for you. And also, if you proceed to the agencies that are responsible for taking care of that issue, they'll also say that they have nothing to do for you. So I don't know whether this is taking us back from what you are trying to progress us regarding to the digital economy. Thank you very much.
You've raised a valid question, but like I've told you, sometimes some of these investigations are not done maybe because what was taken from you was 1,000 naira. I'm not saying that this is the truth, but I'm just saying that this is a scenario. 1,000 naira was taken from you, and even the transportation to coordinate all the relevant departments, it will cost a lot. So what we preach for that awareness that even when someone calls you to transfer money or just delay it, you don't have to, even if they said do it now, just delay it. Understand the situation. A few years ago, I was sitting down in my office space, and I saw a debit, like money taken out from my account. I said, Uber. I said, okay, no, what's this? Next thing I saw another one. I saw like 5 transactions, and then I've never used Uber before in my life, like for anything. This was like almost 8-9 years ago, thereabout. And I went to the bank. I wouldn't call their name, and I said, look, money has been taken from my account. What's going on? They said, use Uber. I said, no, I've never used Uber in my life, like never. I insisted I've never used it. And they gave me a document to fill. And it was like, I think about $300 or $100. And 3 months later, the bank refunded me. So I got my refund. I was very happy because I followed due process. I went to the bank, I complained, I filled out the forms, and I followed up. But it's not the case for everyone else. And what you're saying is you gave them the authorization and that. And I don't know why the bank would not want to look into the case, but at least they should give you a form, they should give you a complaint form that you should fill out and everything else, and then put it through the investigation process and see what really happened. So that was my own personal story. So, and I think we just have to be really, really careful, because sometimes when these things happen, before you get your money back, it might take 3 months if you're lucky, just like me. And if you're not lucky, then it's too bad. So it's just best to always be on the watch on the lookout. If you see anyone making a request, delay that request, go to that person or call him. If he calls you via WhatsApp for that, call him via normal calls, because sometimes WhatsApp can be compromised just to be safe. So you're always better safe than sorry. Thank you.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
A lot of damage has been done so far, starting with historical records. For example, if you ask the internet, if you ask Google, if you ask AI who discovered River Niger, they're going to tell you it's Mungo Park.
Yes.
As a Nigerian, this is a falsified history. But in the educational system or in the world operations, in the most of operation of the world, if you are going to say otherwise in an exam, you're going to fail it. So technically, we've been conditioned in a way to approach the world if we want to make headways. I may know this, but our children coming behind may not know this. And the onus may be on us to drum this in them, because the information they learn, some of the information I learn are mostly from movies or reading books on my own, not from school, not in sitting in the classes. So it therefore means that using this example as a point of departure, a lot of other damages may have been done to us. So even if we want to come on stage, we have the odds are highly stacked against us. So what are the modalities that we can take to protect our children from this history that has been falsified, or these steps that are way against us?
There's a saying that goes, until the lion can write a story, the story would always glorify the hunter. And it's true for everything else. Sure, we went to school, we were told Bayajida, the story of Bayajida, and so many other stories, which is fine. But in academia, like us that do PhD, they tell you have to that critical analysis. So we have to do critical analysis. This is what the text, when you're teaching your kids, this is what the textbook said. This is what your teacher said, and this is what I think. So you have to give that critical thinking to our children. that this is what the textbook said, this is what our own local history said. Bayajidda never existed. That's for those that believe that Bayajidda never existed. Then allow them to formulate their own opinions. If you ask ChatGPT or any of these AI solutions, give me top global leaders in the world that have spoken around, maybe that have good history and everything else. The first one you see on the list is Nelson Mandela. But whatever happened to Nnamdi Azikiwe? What did he say? Whatever happened to Ahmadu Bello and all these other top leaders that we have? These are people with impeccable records. But the truth is, most of these AIs were not even trained with this data. They were trained with South African data. So we need to start asking, how can we even clean this data? How can we train this data? And how can we even get this AI to challenge our thinking? How can we get our own kids to challenge our thinking? If you look at the entire world, the script is always written by those that lead, that dominate the world, which is fine. But until we start writing our own story, nobody will hear about our own local story. Like the story from my village. Sadly, there isn't much stories from my village. Why? Why? Because my grandparents never wrote a book. They never documented it. And funny enough, in my own village, there's a mosque that has over 200 years of history. Nobody told me this. As a kid, I was just curious, asking questions. Then one of my elder cousins, he now took me to one village, down. He said, okay, do you know that this mosque is actually 200 years? I said, really? How come I've never heard of it? And I checked online. I don't think till today there is anything written about it. There's this famous scholar from Ahmadu Bello University, Dr. Bala Usman. He actually went to visit that location to verify and, just trace his history. But the truth is, my village people never really wrote a book. So the question is, which books are we writing? Huh? So we should sometimes we ourselves are responsible for these things. Have you ever gone to your village and say, okay, which of these histories that is important for my village, and let me put it online? If you go to if you go to Wikipedia now, you find something about my village, and I was the one that put it there. And Wikipedia is open; people can challenge this information. So until we start publishing out information about our own locality, the AI would not have anything to feed on. Thank you.
Thank you.
We still have questions?
Sorry, please. Yes. My name is Caleb. I was actually trying to refine his question before you commented. And the last panel too, I think we didn't have the opportunity to ask questions. So I'm going to try and I jotted down questions that still relates on cybersecurity. I kept looking at the theme of this 13th Digital African Conference exhibition. I'm sorry, I still feel that I'm not hearing enough that is revolving around that key word, sovereign intelligence. I belong to a little school of thought that felt that part of the problem we have in this part of the world is that we are copycats. We just copy what is out there in the so-called developed countries. And one thing that goes with copying is that you either underdo or completely overdo it. You copy everything and you create a bigger problem for yourself. And I think that's what we're also doing with AI. Some brilliant panelists from yesterday up to today, everybody keeps pointing to the fact that where do we have the data? It's outside the shores of this country. And again, we are jumping in, wanting to adopt it, not starting from the foundation to build our own system. So we are still going to copy, and at the end, we're going to start looking for, just like we are discussing about the cybersecurity part of it, start looking for how do I protect myself, how do I protect my kids, how do I avoid this? When that could have been taken into consideration if we developed this ourselves, for ourselves, knowing our complexities or our own uniqueness, different from the Western world. The first panelists were talking about morality, and I was like, excuse me, you could see what our situation is. I fight hard. I'm still a staff. I fight hard to dress like this. And I insisted that this I'm going to dress because, quote, dress code is Monday to Thursday, corporate. only Friday before you can do dress down. Copycats. So I have a problem that even the sovereign we are talking about, we are still jumping in and accepting colonialism even while we are talking about sovereignty of us in the case of this AI. You gave an example of rural schools that you carried out some survey and try to assist them. How many of Nigerian schools even have seats? And you're coming to teach me, or the generation of 20, 30 and above, they're adopting AI. Why those who are starting from the foundation, nothing is being taught them? So how is it going to work? We're still going to copy rubbish. And then after we start looking for how to solve the same problem that we must have created. So I am thinking that, like one of the questions I asked here is, what is the level of education in those countries before they got to the stage of adopting AI in their educational system? Are we close to that? Second question I asked that relates to cybersecurity that you're going to answer for me, and which speaks to what you mentioned that you carried out in Abuja. How many schools have functional computer labs? Let's even say secondary school, not primary. How many? How many have smart boards? I still see pupils being told to buy to come to school with chalk. In this day and age, they're still having a blackboard. And we're talking of AI. And somebody said, if you want to kill corruption in Nigeria, go to the unborn child and start teaching them from there. Then you can have hope that that generation will come and there'll be no corruption. But as long as we are here and we're not teaching them from that stage, once they come up, they're just going to adopt what they see, and it's going to become worse. And the bad thing about copying is that we copy the wrong things first and develop on that much more. I spent almost 20-something years in the North. I can tell you that the first Hausa languages I picked were insults. Not the good ones. Same thing when I lived in Lagos. So I feel that we should take this issue back to the foundation, and that foundation is not foundation of certification that was spoken of in the earlier panel, but foundation of taking this back to the grassroots. First, lift our educational system to the standard that AI can now be taught from that stage. The children will grow with it, and in that case, we would start developing data and housing data in this part of the world, and then develop our own kind of security that meets our own peculiarities, not that of the Western world, who is already designed AI, made the laws to suit them, keeping us under colonization again with AI. I'm sorry that I spoke for a little long time.
Yeah, you've raised critical questions. I mean, since I sat down here, I've been talking about local content startups, but maybe the word you preferred to hear was sovereignty, but everything I've said was about building local solutions. And then you talked about teaching the fundamentals. The truth is there's a concept called leapfrogging. We can't wait until we have skyscrapers in Abuja and everywhere else before we start talking about AI. We can leverage on our current situation now, start teaching them. And the federal government, I can tell you that they've been active in this space. They've been trying in various fronts. For example, to give you specific context, I was involved with the curriculum development for HND programs for AI and cybersecurity. This was 3 years ago. And sometime this year, I was actually called back in to come and accredit some of these institutions. So not just, even NUC is actually doing the same. They've approved the development of, the teaching of courses around AI at BSc level. But the polytechnics, they've started doing that conversation a bit earlier, which is good. So it's a conversation, maybe not at the pace we want, but at least we are doing something. We are trying. You know, everyone is trying his effort, but like you said, there's need to maybe accelerate that conversation. And my security guard, I don't need to wait until he's able to speak English fluently before I start teaching him AI. The question is, we even have to decolonize our heads. What I mean by that is, my security guard, for example, he's actually illiterate. He can read and write in Hausa. So do you call him an illiterate? Exactly. But a lot of us think, that, okay, he doesn't speak English, so he's not. No, but we correspond. He sent me WhatsApp. I sent him to market. I'm just trying to bring it to you on local level. So teaching someone AI like that will not be hard. Why? Because he has the basic literacy. Like at least he can read and write. So we have to start thinking of how we can, it's a multifaceted problem and we cannot solve it overnight, but let's keep pushing this agenda, pushing this narrative, that we don't have to wait until we have skyscrapers. As we are like this, what can we do to leapfrog, leveraging on AI? There are kids that are being taught programming in far north. Those kids are not even taught English, straight programming, just jumping the gun, not jumping the gun, but jumping that process of learning. And they're doing very well. Some of them, they're programming. Some of them are content creators, and they're doing very well. So we don't have to follow this linear approach of development. Even this Western world that we're talking about, it took them 200, 300 years from where we are. Of course, there are some countries that built, like Singapore, they built everything within a shorter time. But we have to start looking in our own context. What can we do to accelerate development? And I think AI can really, really help us. It can really help us in that leapfrogging concept. That's my own input.
Yes, I was just there to say, so there's this proverb that said that if they bring water to your if they bring water to your house, you can't say you're not prepared. You fight what you have. So for the issue of this artificial intelligence, you understand that there's this kind of gap. So even if you go to developed countries, there's still that gap between the rich and the poor. It will always exist. So the thing is that we have some schools now that have access to tablets. They have access to computers. Even some public schools now, that is, I don't know, I think it's Universal Trust Fund or something, where they give computers to school. So we can actually start from there. So like I said, Rome was not built today, like you said, we just have to start from somewhere, because this artificial intelligence is staring us in the face. So we cannot say that, okay, please, AI, wait, you want to go and prepare our house. No, we are going to make do with what we have. And it starts from you, it starts from high. The responsibility as a parent to ensure that we guide these children. Most of you just give phone to your children to be pressing, and they are babies, and go and be doing other works. You know what is happening? Phone is artificial intelligence. You are allowing artificial intelligence to train your child for you. So it also starts from us as individuals. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just add a little to what they already said. If you were here in the previous session, they talked about educating and awareness, like a lot from beginning to end. So yes, we, like he rightly said, we don't need to have skyscrapers before we start doing something about it. I listened to, I've forgotten your name, programmer. Sorry, I've forgotten your name. So I listened to him and he said he didn't start with sciences, but currently he's developing with artificial intelligence. And you don't have to be in the sciences. Like, you don't have to have a tech background for you to incorporate these things. Before now, we used to be reliant on the government for our jobs. But now most of our youths work remotely. And it's because of the use of AI. So we don't have to wait until it happens. Also, you said that the data is being trained by the Western world. I don't think so. The Western world does not have the capacity to train, or it's not that they don't have the capacity, but rather they refuse to use their own data to train AI. They're actually using, most of what they use is the African data. And you also said something about the intelligence. I don't know, that's just a word, but with everything we have been saying, if we trace back to the days of the abacus or what, I think Africans have been the major people producing the intelligence that the white people are actually harnessing to give us back. Like I said earlier, we have these basic raw materials, we have everything, but we give it to them to now use it to create something and then bring back to us. And I don't know, last year I have forgotten a program I attended and I mentioned something like this, and I said, it doesn't make sense to me that we have all the raw, is it iron we are looking for, copper, all the raw materials, we actually have all of them in Africa, and then we give it to them and they use it to produce something and then they bring it back to us. We will now use our money to buy our own raw materials back in refined product, and it really didn't make sense to me. So the intelligence, the data and everything, I think Africans are still the ones producing majority of it. You have a question, programmer?
We would not be able to take any more questions, please. Any other contribution, questions, or feedback you have, can you just note it down and share with us, and then we can respond on that. This was a really great session. Thank you so much, Mr. Nasir and Mrs. Fadikwe. Can you please give them a solid round of applause? This was a very interesting session. Thank you so much. So while they are taking the photographs, I want you to know about these two awesome books by Mr. Evans Woherem. It's Building a New Africa, which is paperback, How Africa Can Break Free from Foreign Influence and Shackles of Underdevelopment and Build a Whole New Future. And the second book on here is Information Technology and Africa, Riding the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Okay, so you can get the books at the back there. And also, if you just want to make a phone call, you can call 0903 2034 Abbas Shiro, and they can help you with making sure you have a copy of your book. Okay, great. We've listened to awesome people. I'm refreshed. I'm energized. I'd like us to quickly move on to the next session, which is AI for social good, from smart governance to sustainable cities. From smart governance to sustainable cities. This going to be a very interesting conversation. But before we go into this, I'd like to know, is Paul Ojo, is he online? Can you confirm if Paul Ojo is online? Can you? Okay, I just want to ask him. He was supposed to be on the two previous panels. Ask him a question. Let him just add his contribution before we proceed. Can you please confirm, Paul? Say hello. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Oh, great.
Hello.
Paul is the founder for Project Connect, and he wasn't here when we were doing the training, the next generation of AI thinkers, due to our time difference. But I'm sure he has a lot of gems that he wants to share with us here. So, Paul, I'd like us to in about 5 minutes, or if you can make it less, that would be great. Can you tell us, how do you think we can train the next generation of AI thinkers? What do you think we can do? What are the challenges that we have, and how are we going to overcome it? Just let it go.
All right. Thank you so much once again. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to, contribute, even because of the time difference, and I have to do this now. I mean, I've had a lot of talk from very smart people, and I think everybody is thinking and right. So, from my perspective and from what we've been doing at Project Connect, we do believe that we have to meet the current generation from where they are and take it up from there. And then we also have to go back to what my brother talked about. My brother with a traditional wear on the Wednesday. That we also have to inculcate this at the very fundamental level. Again, we also have to be aware that we have to start from where we are, just like everyone have spoken about. And so at Project Connect, we believe that students are taking different classes, they are being taught different courses, and so majority of Nigerians right now, when you talk about AI, all they think about is generating photo, videos online, and content, and getting followers and monetization. Only extremely very few people think about what AI really is. So the reality is that most younger Nigerians don't really know what AI is. I mean, on the average, I'll put it that way. And so a way we think we can help is, if you are studying public health, there's a public health problem out there that AI can solve. But the problem is, if you want a public health student to solve an AI problem, a problem with AI in the public health, and this student has no background in mathematics or strong background in mathematics or computer science or programming, the same student will be lost. And so we are in the era of collaboration. That is the oil of the 21st century, whereby a public health student could leverage his public health fundamentals and then collaborate with other interdisciplinary people in maybe like computer science, AI expert, programmers, then come up with a solution in the public health industry, the public health sector. But to do this, we really need to find a way to bridge the future of Africa, the use of artificial intelligence in the African development with the current system we have, and that is where Approach Connect comes in. So what we have done at Approach Connect is to pick the curriculum we currently have. Recently we have an updated version.
Great.
I think 2023.
Okay.
When I was going through the curriculum, I was really marveled at the content, really rich content. And I do believe that the problem we have is the delivery of this content, not the content themselves. And so at Approach Connect, what we do is to put this content, took us, a long time to database this content, and then develop an AI algorithm that can take this content from where they are into the opportunities and AI applications, or I would say innovative application of this content in developing solutions to problems in that sector. And we all know this. If you go to the street right now, as I round up, I think hypothetically I can say 90 to 95% of Nigerian graduates, they have no idea what they have studied in the university is applicable in the society. This is a huge problem. Sometimes we always think like all this AI thing and the rest. The few people that actually know the fundamentals of AI are really probably, I don't think it's up to like 5% of Nigerians. The rest are more like application. And when we talk about application, majority of Nigerians right now probably just think of generative AI, go to ChatGPT and generate one answer to a question of an assignment from a content from Harvard. And then the professor that is grading your assignment probably have no idea of even some of the things you are trying to talk about. And so he might grade you right to avoid conflict, but within he himself, he knows that this is just an AI output. Even me, I'm even learning from this assignment right now because I don't even know what he's even talking about. And so we get this curriculum, and then we don't have to go to the complication of the AI to be built. We built what we call GemNet. That is the AI tool I'm sure you have seen in our exhibition booth, where this GemNet pick this curriculum. Basically, we are meeting students where they are. We are saying you have studied biology, correct? You have taken this class from year 1 to year 4, correct? Now, we build what we call foundational knowledge with this experience you have had. On the assumption that you have studied well, not an abracadabra exam and memorizing, cheating exam and why. We just build on the assumption that you have studied. And say, okay, with what you have, these are the opportunities available for you. However, you need additional innovations or innovation skills to be able to advance your foundational knowledge to match up with the global demand for these opportunities. And so we begin to develop process-based or project-based innovation courses that can complement those foundational knowledge that make you relevant for the opportunities. And
all right, Paul. So, Paul, what I'd like to do here, I'd like to add you to the discussion, the next discussion. Hey, Paul, are you there?
Yeah, I'm rounding up now.
Okay, great. I also like you to join the next conversation so that you can also share some more input. Go ahead and round up.
Okay, so yeah, as I round up with this chance to speak, basically we are meeting students where they are. And to remove the fear of AI, because there's also a fear. Actually, a lot of us don't know this. You tell the student studying agriculture or AI, he knows that AI is about computer, it's about programming, computer science. He doesn't know. So he's already scared. But we tell him, no, what we are saying is that you can develop a solution in the agricultural sector. Agriculture, a lot. Then you collaborate with people with the foundational AI knowledge, but then you can build a solution. And then in the process, you actually learn. And so with that, you relieve the fear they have. This is exactly what we are doing at Approach Connect. And I will have a chance to speak further in my next panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause for Paul. Okay, right, let's just jump right into the session. I'm going to call onto the stage the Chief Executive Officer for CrossFair Nigeria Limited, Sonia Somovi. You're welcome. Round of applause for her, please. And secondly, we're meant to have Ambali Ibrahim, who is the CEO and co-founder of AMCAN, but is here ably represented by engineer Nasir Idris, who is the CTO for AMCAN Limited. You're welcome, Mr. Nasir. Is Edward Emmanuel on the call? Can you confirm? He's joining us remotely. Edward Emmanuel?
I'm here.
Oh, hi, Edward. Edward is the founder and the director of EE Digital Capital.
To be back here for day two, and honestly, I must say that I am sad to see this come to an end. It started yesterday, and it's been a wonderful time with all the engaging discussions and discourse that we've had in this room here today. And like someone noted earlier on, we were not smiling because we're having serious conversations in this room about the future of AI in Nigeria, and not to mention the African continent. And it's pretty interesting stuff, honestly. It's pretty scary stuff as well, which is why we're having these conversations right here in this room. Now, I'll quickly get into the bios of our panelists because we have to know that we're in safe hands here, that of course we have experts speaking to us. But before we get to that, I just want to quickly react to all the conversations that we've had from yesterday into today. And it's pretty interesting. We keep on talking about the copy and paste model that Nigeria and Africa has adopted because of our exposure to what's happening in the West and in the East and all of that. And with all the copy and paste, I feel like what Nigeria should have actually taken out from all of this is the fact that we have this blueprint now, because we talk about the existence of the Americas who have a long history of over 200 years and whatnot. Yes, Nigeria may not be that old, but that's the beauty of it. As young as we are, we have a blueprint that we can easily follow. So we don't have to do copy and paste. We could just take models that we feel like, okay, let's try and improve upon this, which is essentially what a country like China actually does. A lot of people, and I'm not saying myself, have accused China of the copy and paste method, but living with them, one thing I did realize is that they tried to improve upon every single thing that they were exposed to. There were a lot of advancements. Professor Prima mentioned it here yesterday. Whenever we send out students to go study abroad or even people who are in the workforce going out to take courses and whatnot, it's important that they return and share the knowledge that they've garnered over there in their respective countries. Unfortunately, Nigeria has not fared very well in that regard, because I remember I had a couple of country mates when I was out there who are doing pretty amazing stuff, a lot of research in the tech field and all of that, and many of them were retained. So they stayed back in China because China witnessed that this was talent that they needed to hold on to. So they kept them there. And I imagined if Nigeria, knowing very well that we sent out these students, because here's the interesting thing about it, many of them are scholarship students. So Nigeria was paying for them to be educated in that country, yet they did not return. So these are some of the things that we have to actually look into if we actually want to make any kind of headway when we talk about AI and what the future is going to look like for the African continent. I feel like I've said too much. Let me keep it moving. So my name is Angela Agbegi, and I'm going to be moderating this session on AI for social good, from smart governance to sustainable cities. Once again, it's a hybrid discussion. We have people joining us online, and we have some people here also joining us physically, and let me welcome them once again. But let me start by reading their biographies. So we have Hambali Idris, who is here represented by engineer Nasir Idris, CTO AMCAN Limited, a company using artificial intelligence to make mental health care more accessible and effective across Nigeria. Their work focuses on helping health organizations, governments, and investors provide quality mental health support, even in underserved and rural areas. Looking forward to hearing your contributions to this discussion. You're welcome on board. Thank you so much. Confidence, Jack May founder of PASB and Igolo, created digital identity platforms, improving secure access and cross-border digital inclusion for African nationals. By 2023, it launched a platform enabling single sign-on for sensitive applications, enhancing identity security. And then also, for Rebat Labs leadership, led development of cryptographic systems and web infrastructure for identity management over 5 years. Up next, we have Edward Samuel, founder, director, EE Digital Capital. Almost missed that. He advises technology startups and corporations on launching and scaling innovative ventures across diverse sectors since 2023. He's a growth and fundraising expert, guides organizations through product development, customer acquisition, and international fundraising with experience managing teams and commercialization strategies. And then there's Sonia is it Samuvi or Samuvier? Samuvier. Samuvier. Okay, so I was right then. Fella got it wrong. CEO of Courseware Nigeria Limited, leads projects at the intersection of technology, environment, and urban development in Nigeria, and champion of digital innovation, uses smart technologies and data-driven solutions to address urban expansion, climate risk, and housing quality, fostering sustainable city growth. And we also have Paul Ojo from Project Connect, founder of Project Connect, also joining in on this session. He was supposed to be a part of the previous session, but I guess he could not join in. So we're so glad to have you here with us now. Let's dive in. Some questions I feel like we should walk away being able to answer from this particular session are, how can we harness technology to create inclusive, sustainable solutions tailored to Africa's unique context? With great promise, of course, comes great responsibility and expectation. So how do we ensure that AI bridges inequalities rather than widens them? We're going to be answering some questions here now with our panel members, so let's dive into it. And my first question goes as such. How can AI improve transparency and accountability in public spending across African governments? Should I start? Let me start with you, Mr. Idris.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Angela. Good afternoon, everyone. So, when we talk about AI for social good, we are really talking about AI for human dignity. See, to me, AI for social good, it means using intelligence that reflects our realities and priorities. You see, across the world, AI is reshaping economies. But here in Africa, it has the power to reshape lives. Take mental health, for example, one of Africa's most silent yet neglected crises. According to World Health Organizations, over 75% of Africans who need mental health care can't access it due to either stigma, cost, lack of professionals, or even lack of awareness. So at AMCAN, we are leveraging sovereign innovation to bridge that gap. By creating intelligent systems that offers users by creating intelligence that connects users to right mental health resources from the comfort of their homes. So we believe AI should connect, not control, empower, not exploit, and heal, not harm. That's how AI becomes a social good, not by replacing human compassion, but by scaling it. So I think
that's a very good one, Mr. Idris, and thank you so much for relating it back to what you do on a daily basis. Let me come to you with that same question, Sonia. How can AI improve transparency and accountability in public spending across African governments?
Okay, hi everybody. Good afternoon. Look, this place is too serious for my liking. I feel like there's a rope or a chain on my foot against this. one where you get to a certain level of self-awareness and you now realize, oh, my family is barely putting it together. Yes, and you now realize, oh, my family is barely putting it together. You move from dreaming, from being curious or optimistic into surviving. And an average Nigerian youth is surviving. You see it in how we behave. We're in school to secure our future. However, we're selling hairs and pants and chargers so that we don't want to come out without any financial support, right? So I feel like we can harness AI, or the government can harness AI to reassure Nigerians that they are not being exploited. And you know what's funny? Once this happens, they will turn on the switch on patriotism, and I trust you. I promise you, our JAPA level will reduce. We will keep our homegrown talent, even if they go out to, get more knowledge. We're able to retain them, and they benefit the economy of the country long term.
Thank you so much for that. That's something Nigeria could definitely stand to gain from. It's like the example that I gave before we got into it. We need to bring back our talent. So we have Mr. Paul and Mr. Edward online. Do we also have Mr. Confidence? Or he's not with us? IT team? Hello, Mr. Edward. How are you doing today?
I'm very good. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me again.
Awesome. It's great to also see you via the screen. So, of course, we're talking about improving transparency and accountability in public spending across African governments. I want to hear your thoughts on how local communities could get involved, especially as this also concerns them as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because I think the overarching theme around, the inequalities. So a lot of talk around how AI can be, a boon for peoples, for communities, for governments, but there's also a risk of actually increasing the divide in terms of accessibility, because you have certain groups or certain folks who have access to the technologies and solutions, and others who are not having as much access. So that causes an issue. So in terms of trying to put forth public services, there has to be continued consultations with people, members of the public and communities, to give feedback into what the civil service of government has to say. So in terms of where AI can come in, there are the two broad application models in the current sphere in broad categories. So there's you call them the agentic sort of agentic bots model, and then there's the AI workflows model. And in terms of having a lot of personalization and tailored to the individuals, a lot of organizations are moving towards the agentic bots model, where it's almost like a personal advisor coming in to tailor to your needs. So depending on the approach, I think government and within, whether it's Nigeria or Africa as a whole, there has to be a sort of high level approach on how to solicit consultations from members of the public, and make sure the vast spectrum of communities get their say or their input as well. And if it's not through access to the internet or the existing smartphones, then there can be again the person agent model, where who's coming into communities to kind of record inputs and key sort of ideas from stakeholders in different parts of your countries, communities, rural and urban. So I think it still requires that hand-holding from, that human touch, that you still need people on the ground, as if we don't have the sort of internet penetration, or even though the uptake for smartphones and access to mobile internet has been increasing rapidly on the continent, there's still a divide, and a lot of people are on classic GSM, so you still require people to come in to capture decisions and make sure no one is left out of the loop, and then bring it back into the fold, whether through your AI agentic bots or your workflows, which are summarizing those inputs and bringing back insights to decision makers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. I'm so glad that we're all agreeing that you cannot take out the human touch, even though we're dealing with technology. Mr. Paul, let me come to you with that same question. Mr. Paul, do we still have you with us?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Good to see you again. Oh, looks like we have a young AI enthusiast. Hi.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, excellent. So yes, Mr. Paul, we're talking about how local communities can get involved when we talk about improving transparency and accountability in public spending across African governments.
Well, I think we all go back to education here, and basically local communities might not know the complexities and the really core principles that govern like AI applications and the rest of that. Most of the time, what they just want is a system where their needs are met, and then the process over time, they learn how the process works and how those needs are met. I mean, for some of us that have been chance to travel abroad, like maybe in America, you go to like rural communities, you don't really think they know a lot as much as those in New York, but then you go to those places, they have electricity, they have internet, UPS delivers their goods to them, and the system works just like it works in New York, even if they don't have to know the complexities around it. And so I think in Africa and Nigeria, I would say we really need a system where once it works, we deliver it across the board. And then over time, the local people begin to get more awareness on what works. And then obviously some of them will begin to learn how it works. But we are usually more, I don't want to use the word bedeviled in Nigeria, in Africa. We always think education, people have to know. But then something needs to work first. It is the working of a system that people begin to learn more of how it works. So until the system really put things to work, just really passing the knowledge to the local people when it's not yet working is a big problem. So I do believe the local people will get to see the advantage of what is working, and in the process, they'll learn how it works. So this one of the ways I think we can really, bridge that gap between the local, awareness of some of these tools and how to solve the problem at the local level. They have to see that the system works. And to wrap this up, you, for example, go to a remote area, you build a school, like a school for them, and they're excited, and after 1 year, nobody has come to inspect the school is getting dilapidated, all the water they built in the school is already gone, nothing is working anymore. Then after 2 or 5 years, the school is back to square one. Because we don't have the system of sustainability, we don't have the system of evaluation, we don't have the system of maintenance. And so the local people will not remember the beautiful thing we have done, but they remember that we have not done anything. So in summary, I do believe that Africa or Nigeria is at a point where we have to make policies, we have to make system work. And then the people at the local level, at the very rural level, or people that are at the lower level of literacy, just like my senior colleague mentioned in the previous panel, someone might not speak English. I mean, English is just a language, but once the person could communicate in Yoruba and could respond in Yoruba, I mean, basically that is literacy. But then we could understand that that might be at a certain level. But once they understand that, okay, whatsoever these big people, like the word, like how we use it in Nigeria, in Abuja, in Lagos, or whatever they are doing, when they are seeing the impact directly in their life, in their communities, then over time they actually begin to learn how it works. So this kind of what I think we could focus on, workability. That is the final term I will use for this. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Mr. Paul. So, Ms. Sonia, let me just ask you then, do you agree with everything Mr. Paul has just said? Because he's talking about, getting the work done first and then it'll spread as time goes on, and the government should just put policies in place to make systems work. So it's not really about them like taking ownership, like partaking, like being stakeholders and whatever it is that's being brought to them.
I don't completely agree. Because while he was talking, I was just here asking myself, like, is this the same Nigeria that just 20 years ago, people did not want to migrate far from their city capital because everything that was working in the city was working at the supposed rural area? There is a reason why there's been a massive migration from urban areas, rural areas to urban areas, and it's because of over-reliance on governance or government. We've been talking about traveling abroad and all of that. Tell me one country that's doing very well that is not run by innovators and businesses. I can guarantee you that even in the US, policies are being made, suggested by companies. I said something earlier that we're a bit lazy to dream. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria is unharvested. And foreign investors know this. Our policies are not very friendly for them to come in, but it allows for us who are here to dream and push beyond boundaries, right? So if we wait for, let it work in Abuja or Port Harcourt or Lagos, what happens to Maiduguri? What happens in Maiduguri? Unrest. What happens in your village? Unrest. Because the people who can't make it to those cities become a bane to the existence of their neighbors, right? But there was a time where it was a governance or government kind of setup. Civil service was the big thing. Yes. And it was equally divided. People who were living in Oshogbo and those places, we had government workers who would go to ministry at state levels to work. But the world is moving very fast, and I don't see any reason why it has to work here, especially when whatever is making it work in Abuja is also available in Bayelsa. It's about proper planning, creating a template at a national level that can be replicated at state level, and then it can further be broken down to local government. Now, I understand that exposure is not the same everywhere. Yes. However, these things can be customized to fit those people at their levels, because there is government presence in every state. Whether you're from Jigawa, you are from, I really want one very weird old state that people don't even think about in the South, right? Whether you are from those kind of places, it doesn't matter. Whatever works on top can be replicated at a smaller level. Absolutely. And if these things are available, you will be surprised how far people would want to go with their imagination, giving birth to new ideas, new collaboration, and investment opportunities. There are grants internationally all over this world that are just sitting there waiting for outstanding ideas, right? Hence, the government has their role. The government have their role. Of course. We have. Nigeria is an untapped market, whether AI for logistics, emergency logistics like ambulance services and fire services, those are places that people are not thinking about. AI for traffic solutions. We have traffic in Maitama here, and people still need to come on the road to wave their hands to say, do you understand? Sensor security lights. Why are we putting new solar lights every other 3 months and they're stealing them? These things can be sent. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I don't think that it has to be there. China did not sit down and say, oh, we are being marginalized and we're just going to wait for the rural, whatever. It doesn't work. Sometimes you have to rip the Band-Aid, allow the top of the skin pull off, and then everything will heal. Nigeria is in a state where we need very drastic changes. And trust me, Nigerians have the capacity to adapt, to dream, and to align with these things. All the government needs to do is have a template, have policies that allows for foreign and local investment to fly, and leave the rest. I think it will work. But if we're going on to say, okay, how old are the people in government? AI for them is about creating deep fakes and election. That's what they think this is. And then, like somebody said, the average Nigerian youth uses it for content creation. Children are creating apps. Not children abroad. Children in an average Nigerian household are using their parents' phones to create apps. There was a time where government school was the only place you can get a complete science lab. I went to a government school in secondary. Nothing is stopping a government school, either in your village or in the city, to have a complete working or a proper working, what they call it now, computer lab. You love Nigeria to the point you came back, right? So if you are designated to say, we want you to champion this, go train the teachers in this school, in this village, this is your accommodation and everything for 6 months, get them to understand it so that they can teach it to the children, will you go?
Of course.
A lot of Nigerians will. I can. And this was what they were doing before. So I just feel like we are looking towards the government so much that we forget that we have functional brains, we have passion in our hearts, and they were not taking relevant steps to progress.
In a nutshell, we are the government, so we're waiting on ourselves. And we're waiting a little bit too long. So you mentioned some areas, of course, that we can use AI to make our lives a little bit easier. So I want to move on to government services now, for example. Also on the subject of public spending. I'm talking about taxes now, for example. So is it possible that AI can make services like taxes fairer and more transparent? What practical applications can we be looking at to make it fairer and more efficient for Nigeria, not to mention the African continent? Let's go to Mr. Idris. He's been a little bit quiet.
So I think the way is that if we can build this thing ethically, first of all, we have to think about building these AI systems ethically. They have to be rooted in our own realities. Let's look at it in the African context or Nigerian context. What we need actually here in Nigeria or Africa is contextual intelligence. AI systems that are rooted in our own culture, languages, and emotional realities. So these systems, they can be very fairer if we build them on our own ethical basis. We can't just simply import Western data set and expect African outcomes. That's not possible.
Absolutely.
We have to train those models in our own languages, cultures, and emotional realities. So
Thank you so much for that point, Mr. Idris. Now I'll come to you, Sonia. Why is that posing such a great challenge? Why is that posing such a great challenge for us to actually make sure this thing is rooted in our culture, in our way of thinking, in our peculiar circumstances as Nigerians, and not to mention Africans? Why are we just taking what works for an American or a European? I'm none of those, so why will that work for me?
Can I ask a question? I will let's come back to you guys. When was it? Did they flog you in school for speaking your local language and not English? We are a product of conditioned learning. I had my natural hair for a while. It's so hard to maintain, right? One morning, I was not feeling great. It was so hot. And then I was combing this. I was like, you know what? Scrap this. I went to the salon and I put a relaxer on my hair. And it looks casual. But this is the Westerner in us. Yes. Even, have you seen Nigerians who have never traveled and have an accent? A very good one. Right? We feel better when we're wearing English clothes. Today, somebody was like, my friend was like, you wear Ankara skirt and suit top. I said, huh?
That was me yesterday.
Beat me.
Yes.
So I'm Western here and
Nigerian there.
Bottom line is, and I say this everywhere I go, an average Nigerian or African is not proud to be Nigerian. We are not patriotic. Let me ask a very minor question. The house that you're living, if you rented this, do you wish that your flat can be upgraded? It's most likely yes. Will you want to spend that money? It's most likely yes. Why not? for house when I no build. So you see this thing where we separate ourselves from where we are from. And every day I go online and I see Africans in the diaspora, children, Africans born abroad, trying to identify badly with us. They are wearing African prints, wearing carries. They are so excited if they can greet in their language and making content about it. And you are from here. And somebody was saying earlier about who's going to put up the data. You put up the data.
Absolutely.
Everything we have is garbage in, garbage. Somebody uploaded something, and then you are getting all this intellectual result. We can train it. Like he said, about our language. But then, even if we cannot get something original, we can build on the things we already have. China did not lose who they are. They didn't lose their culture. They didn't lose their values. They collected the Western technology, collected Western medicine, added it to their own. So they can be treating you and the Western one is not working. They will go back to Chinese traditional medicine. But all of this points to the fact that they love who they are, they love where they are from. I just put up a post on my Instagram today and I said, I know it's difficult, but try to love Nigeria. Patriotism is why our fathers were able to develop growth to the point that they were. However, when the reliance on governance came, we went in the direction they were pointing, get an education. They started locking us up, no community, no loyalty to the clan or your culture. Hence, crime has increased, but that is not the topic for today. But as far as I'm concerned, if we were more patriotic about Nigeria, if we loved our country to the point where even when you're abroad, you're like, I can't wait to steal all this knowledge and go home and do this. It's no longer a case of, I did jackpot for good, or God has done it for me, I don't jackpot. It's a case of, I've gone to learn, I'm coming back. And then let Nigeria feel your presence. Whether you are there or here, information is now global. The world has gone global, and you can learn anything from anywhere. So I just personally believe strongly that if we are more patriotic and we are intentional about creating value in our country, for our neighbors, our brothers, ourselves, these things are not a problem. I'm sure that about half of the people here are programmers. If 2-3 of you come together, let's do a drill tonight, let's just do a sleepover, let's create a framework to customize an AI platform for Africans, maybe one to tell our stories or something we're going to come up with a solution, even if not very grand. And when we start working on it, as we develop it, as we go along the way, it's going to be something that stands out. So it's about, if you dream in patriotism, oh God, right in that. Okay, let's just be patriotic and dream it. So thanks.
It's so hard. It's so hard. It's possible, but it's so hard. Thank you so much for that, Sonia. Mr. Paul, I'm coming to you. We still have Mr. Paul on board, right? All right, so we're talking about tax collection, making tax collection fairer and more efficient in African countries. Can you talk about some AI applications that you feel could possibly help make this a reality for us sooner than later?
I think I'm not like, that's not like my specialization, so I may not be able to really go deep into this, but I think tax is coming and the rest of that. So I mentioned, that is what exactly Approach Connect is building, like year 1 to year 4. Not the definition I have, but the core principles of taxation and the fundamentals. Such a fellow could, come up with a thought, an idea that the technological advanced individuals or the AI expert could, put into an application that is now workable. But if you just talk to an AI expert, they could come up with something, but at the end of the day, sometimes it might not really meet up with the principles of taxation, and then we can leave that there. Now, one thing is sure, in the developed world, they build a system of taxation that is basically some policy, how employer have to report taxes, and then people have been saying that individual companies around the country have their own different taxation companies, and they basically help taxation. And so now in the era of AI, we basically need a system that can have a template where if you just punch in all the necessary information, it gives you an kind of a breakdown of what exactly it is. How much tax are you paying? How much tax have you paid? How much is your return? That's if you're going to return in Nigeria. I don't know if they also think about that as part of theirs. But then, given that, like I said,
Looks like we're having difficulty with Mr. Paul's connection.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, but it's choppy. But go on, please.
Yeah, I think it's signal. So, like I said, it has to be more like implementing policies and bringing those policies into a technology that can be used to generate a template that users can better understand how the templates works. For example, in the United States, which a lot of companies are already incorporating AI into their taxation applications, you basically just kind of replicate like government forms as a template in those apps, and then they ask you some basic questions. Then the output of these apps will be like a submittable form for your tax return or tax filing. And so with that, the individual users might not know the complications and the complicated principles around the taxation, but all they need to know is, okay, I work here, I earn this amount. But again, I don't know if Nigeria is up to that level where it's not just how much do you earn from this income, but there has to be a certain form. Like here in the United States, we have what is called W2. A W2 is a form given to you from your employer. Just by, like me, I just like snap my W2 and traction from this form and fill it to my tax return, return filing. And so the apps that can be built around this is something similar. Apps that will be built around the template of the form that government wants. Then users will only need to put in those basic details. But then it's not just about those details, but then there should be like an evidence, I would say like a paper from the government or from the employer that once you like take a photograph, it extract those details and extrapolate them into the form usable for taxation. Because if that is not there, then I mean you can.
Okay, looks like we've lost.
Can imagine if you just but then that will not reflect what is expected to do. So I do believe that those are some of the things we have to start thinking about, and I wouldn't know if people with those taxation knowledge and principles are really working on this. I mean, that is not my specialization, so I'm probably not thinking about that. But I do think these are the directions we have to take. And now to round up, based on what I do now, back to what I do, our project is building a system where an economic graduate is to be thinking in this direction now. App that we work on taxation doesn't have to be built by AI expert alone. They have to be built by interdisciplinary people who also understand the fundamentals of taxation. So an economic graduate that does not know that it needs this kind of innovation is just passed an exam in the university and he has no idea how what he has learned is applicable in the society. So this where my own specialization lies in making younger generation and university students understand how what they have learned fundamentally for 4 or 5 years is applicable in society and how they can collaborate to build solutions around the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. All right, I want to move on to my next question. And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Idris. How can AI help fix everyday problems in African cities? I love how you made mention of what the work that you're doing in mental health awareness and all of that. So let's hear more of that, giving us real life examples in this particular context.
That's an excellent question. So you see, just recently, we were all shaken by the tragic loss of a soldier and his wife from the 221 Battalion in Niger State. It was indeed a devastating signal, a reminder that mental health is not a luxury, it is a matter of national well-being and security. So at AMCAN, we are developing a AI-powered ecosystem designed to detect early indicators of mental health distress and seamlessly connect individuals, including teachers, healthcare workers, and our frontline officers, to a timely, confidential, and culturally sensitive support to make their mental health care more affordable, accessible, and stigma-free. So I think if we talk about sorry, can you repeat that last part of your question?
So, how can we use AI to help fix everyday problems in African cities? Giving us, of course, real life examples, which is why I made mention of your work in mental health awareness.
Yes. So I will summarize that in 3 points. First of all, we need data sovereignty. Africa must protect and empower. Africa must protect and ethically govern its data to train models that reflect its realities. Secondly, local innovation ecosystems. We must empower our developers, researchers, youth, and entrepreneurs with the tools and infrastructure needed to build. Thirdly, purposeful partnerships. Collaborations should focus on impact, not extractions. So I think if we use this AI ethically through these recommended points, it can actually solve day-to-day problems.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Idris. Sonia, I'm coming back to you, but let me just quickly go to Edward. Mr. Edward, knock, knock. Do we still have Mr. Edward with us? This is Mr. Paul. Mr. Edward, step forward, please.
Hi.
Hello. All right, great.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Perfect. So we have you back with us. So we're talking about using AI to fix everyday problems in African cities. So I want to hear from your perspective, giving real life examples, especially from your line of specialty or expertise.
I think I agree with so it's almost, we have to pay attention about the cart before the horse issue. So with any sort of AI model, you have to have access to the right data and, building upon those data sets to kind of train your models to deliver insights thereafter. So in that regard, we need to make sure that the fundamentals are there in our services, in our public services, and that data is being collected, the right kind of minimum viable data sets are being collected, and before we progress to making sure they're in the right formats, and then you can apply your AI and machine learning and learning models thereafter. So I think that's step one. Make sure that we're collecting the data sets. If we're not already doing that, then can start to harness that. And then we start to move to the use cases. So I mean, from an urban point of view, I think it was mentioned around traffic management, traffic control, about the urban sprawl. I think it was mentioned how rural communities are moving into cities because that's just the nature of opportunities, or at least how community and societies are seeing that opportunities are more available in the urban sprawl. But how do we plan for the urban sprawl and densities and access to basics, whether it's electricity, clean water, amenities in terms of food and shelter, and moving up the ladder in terms of schooling and obviously the basics of housing. So I think a lot of that is fed by data points, and if you're not capturing the data points, then you have the cart before the horse, and we're not able to apply have the privilege of your AI producing the sort of insights on how to plan. So if we jump ahead and we've had those data sets collected, then we can have the models telling us like, hey, listen, there is a density built up happening in XY coordinates of this area. There's going to be an overload on the electrical demand. I mean, there's no access to water in this area, and this is the trajectory urban planning has to go. These are just some of the examples about urban sprawl, urban planning, and then the traffic example around how to plan for your infrastructure, for your traffic management and moving mobility of people, because within city centers there's always a density and a build-up and the infamous traffic jam. So we want to plan around how to alleviate that. And when we get the data inputs on where the chokeholds are, then we know what we have to do to alleviate that, whether it's through the form of corridors, public corridors for bus transportation or other forms of public transportation to alleviate sort of those congestions. So I think we'll have to come back to the starting point of what are the challenges we're facing, and what are the data sets we need to collect around those challenge sets before we can move to the third step of getting the models to provide those insights for us. And maybe even we can use a human in the loop before even the models come in, where they can connect the dots on the insights, on the data insights as well. And you have your AI solutions coming in as a sort of a co-pilot almost to validate if you're going in a sequential step-by-step way. So yeah, think data first, and then moving forward we have those models coming after.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Edward. I'm so glad that he mentioned the issue of urban planning, because he just spun the conversation right in the direction that I needed it to come to. Okay, so we're talking about real life examples now to fix everyday problems in African cities. Of course, you talked about the issue of urban planning. I mean, you made mention of ambulance services and whatnot earlier on, and then he also talked about healthcare services and all. So let's hear your thoughts on that, because I know this is your area of specialty, urban development. So I'm excited to hear what you have to say about this.
Okay, just like in biology, where we have anatomy and then we have physiology, how the organs work. Most times cities are developed without consideration to functioning. How many of you have been to any of the license office lately? NIN, driver's license, you see the process, right? If there was an automated system where from the comfort of your office or your bedroom, without having to take the whole day off, you can make your application, and within the specific days stated, the governments have, again, real-time data to cross-check the information you have provided. You should be able to get your NIN via mail, right? So automation is one area that AI can come in. Then with AI, we can predict certain things like flooding and possible natural disaster, or even speed up environmental impact assessment when it comes to expanding. In Lagos, you see people building houses that, even if you're not a professional, you see that the depth of these houses, the foundation, the quality of the stones are not worth it, close to the shoreline, and because they want to call it luxury waterfront homes. However, these people don't have access to town planning without going to FCDA or some other urban ministry, where they can't really get what they want, because of corruption. Sometimes these companies have done their homework and they've created quite a distance between the possible clients or citizen and information. So information, when it comes to investments, environmental impact assessment, areas that are livable, areas that should be industrialized, areas that should be for just, accommodation, AI can help to, fill in these spaces. Then logistics, agricultural technology, food deliveries, moving consignments or what's it called now? Resource materials from producers to end users or from
the marketplace to the
yes,
consumer.
marketplace, exactly. So AI can come in this, in all of this. And I feel pained that we all want to be data analysts. If you can sit through a 4 to 6 weeks course to be a data analyst, you can fill in these gaps. The government shouldn't be the one building them. For example, I know somebody by Mr. Priestley Radia, young guy. He has not really given me the whole explanation, but from everything I've been seeing on his data, on his social medias, he built something for the Justice Department where cases you don't have to go to here, they will not send your case file to here. And he's been training across the 36, the federal government bought into it, and he's been training across the 36 states. He can be in one state for like 12 days, him and his team, they will separate. This one is in this high court, this magistrate's court. Why? Because who would have thought that the justice system would need an automated platform to handle certain cases? But then this is the difference between somebody who can afford a good lawyer or somebody whose family has given up on them and somebody who has been in jail for 20 years and nobody has come to look for them. This is the difference. So it's not just about building the city, it's about the functionality of it. We can have luxury houses and then, as in Lagos, get my driver's license and you're there for 2 days, right? Like I said earlier, health, emergency logistics. You don't have to own the ambulances. There are people who have Pathfinder that has been without working, but they can't drive them. Create the app, create the platform, create the connection between healthcare providers like private hospitals. If you can't afford to do with the government yet, link a victim who has fallen at home with a possible care provider via your app. Some of us live alone. You can be coming down from your tub and fall, but your phone is just by you, but you can't call for emergency, right? That when these spaces or this lack of functionalities points in the direction of where finance is going to dwell, let me put it like that, if there is a solution. A lot of us don't like boats, we don't like this, because that's one thing that's lacking in that one. Create a system where that falls. I am all for waiting for the government, but I also understand that government is the leaders is 10% governance. We are 90% governance. Right? I saw an invention someone made for, this is city functionality now. He's a Lebanese guy. He made this slab Babambola have been stealing that's causing the flooding, right? He made a version from plastic that even if you drive, I've seen the samples, you drive a big truck through it, it doesn't break. It doesn't clog. Does that make sense? Yes. It's a better alternative to iron, removes waste from the environment, right? We can track pollution through AI. You see abroad, they make an announcement. Everybody in this zone or in this county, these areas are red zone areas. During the spring, they have high polling, whatever. Between that time that the pollen is going to be in the atmosphere and the next season, the government will decide whether to reduce the population of that very plant that's causing it or not. Okay. Or if that plant has other benefits to the other organisms in that environment and they cannot remove them, they leave them, but they tell people this is going to happen, go and take your shots, wear your mask. Do you understand? But let's say something like this happens in Nigeria right now. You say, the gods are angry, everybody in this village has catarrh, 50 people, half of them are dead. So AI is a tool that if we harness properly, if we don't fear it, if it's something that we look to say, okay, what can make our lives better with this? How do we make our lives better with this? How do we make Nigeria function with this? And then as an individual, if you ask yourself, what can I do to improve the quality of lives of Nigerians, not for charity, and make a whole lot of money from it? Again, you can even use the AI to prompt to get a version of these things you want to do. So like I keep saying it, lie down on your bed, 3 o'clock at night, put your leg on your wall, prompt your little idea until it becomes something so grand that you can't sleep. And then let it run your life for the next couple of months. And you'll be surprised how much you can make and how much contribution you can make to your country. We all love the idea of OPay and money points simply because, again, you can check, you say your bank does not have network. That is something that customer services to be like, sit down, go to the back. Let me check whether you have network. But now you just open your POS or your app and you can tell if somebody from Polaris Bank or Keystone Bank has network, right?
Yes.
Convenience. It frees up time for you to do other meaningful things.
Absolutely.
So I really feel like from the government arm of it, even pollution, waste, we have a whole logistic thing with waste management. Leave the companies, you create the AI part of it and link point A to point B. Jumia, Temu, they don't own product. Uber don't have cars.
Connection to vendors.
It's all artificial intelligence and technology. All right, thanks.
Thank you so much for that, Sonia. Honestly, brilliant submission there. And let me just quickly ask, how many of us know about the chat app WeChat? Just by a show of hands. WeChat. Excellent. Bragging rights. The person who invented it went to the school I went to in China. And a round of applause, excuse me. And you know, it's not just a chat app. Like if you're domiciled in China, you realize you can do so much with that application. You can pay your taxes, you can pay for your groceries, you can book your train tickets, you can pay for your bus fare, you can pay for a taxi, you can book movie tickets, and the list goes on and on and on. So this is exactly why we're having these conversations. So we need to bring these solutions down to the African context. So now we've talked about some of these things. Now let's also look at the angle of risks involved and the challenges. What are the biggest challenges to using AI for good in Africa? What do we feel like are the biggest risks when using AI in terms of governance? Let me start with you, Sonia. You look like you're itching to say something.
Not really itchy. I think again, security. Because we have a poor maintenance culture, people would not be very given to the idea of dropping their personal data. Because even me, when I want to apply for some things and they're like, put your NIN, I will just first of all leave that tab, go to a new tab and go and do research about you people. I'll copy your link and put it on ChatGPT and say, give me, based on their terms and conditions, help me understand where I stand. Do you understand? And then I'm like, okay, I know they do. Hello, I'm going to come to your office. Don't worry, I will fill the form online. Why? Because again, I don't want to be sitting on my own, like the previous person said, you're getting alerts or somebody use your passport or passport page or personal information to commit crime. One. Secondly, trust. We do not trust our government. So it's going to be a hard thing to push. Hence, I am all for private companies pushing these things in public and private partnership with the government. If somebody comes to my house and says, I'm from the Ministry of Health, Oga, it might be difficult to answer you because all the time Ministry of Health came to my house when we loved the government. They gave us immunization. They gave us malaria care kits. We liked it. But following all the other squandering and personal ambition coming from the ministry that I've seen on the news, my trust is not as it was it's not the same trust a couple of years ago, right? So there's trust, there is that, and then abuse. I need to be sure that there are backups, there is a fair punishment for somebody who goes to mess up or mess with national security data.
Absolutely.
Somebody who tries to hack it. I mean, open display of punishment, African style. We need to see your face on the media. We need to know who your family is, why you decided to do that kind of thing, right? Because I saw a video once where a kidnapper was arrested and he told the police, make I come outside first. Like the infantry of knowing that he's coming out, he's just going to be in jail for a few days or a few months, right? So once we have a sense of security, which I don't know how we're going to do that, it works. Then lastly, we're Nigerians. ...
Fill in the missing pieces. Thank you so much, Sonia. Mr. Edward, Okay, great. I have you on the screen then. So I'm coming to you with that same question. All right, great, Mr. Edward. So I'm coming to you with that same question. What are the biggest challenges to using AI for good in Africa? What are the risks that we stand to face? Mr. Edward, can you hear us? Okay. Looks like we're having some sound challenges.
Oh, he's not talking.
Mr. Edward, can you hear us? I can see you blinking, but it doesn't seem like you can hear what we're saying here. Okay, Mr. Paul, are you there? Mr. Paul, are you still with us? I think the challenge is with the sound, so they might not be hearing us, but they might see us. So I'll just leave that to the tech team to work on, and let me come back to my panelists here on stage. All right, Mr. Idris, you're up. Please pass the mic to thank you. Okay, so we're looking at the risks involved in using AI for governance.
So I'll summarize it in 3 points. We have data privacy, trust, and job displacement.
Yeah, I think I think they are still having those issues.
Back to
I think it's internet this time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Idris, please continue.
Right?
Yes.
So as I said earlier, I will summarize it in 3 points. Data privacy.
They had a power outage. No, that was just now.
Job displacement. So, and this links us back to the theme of this year, sovereign intelligence. Because if we talk about sovereign intelligence, it's not just about localizing technology. It is about building ethical AI that respects our people and values. So you see, we can't simply import that Western data set, as I said earlier, and expect African outcomes. That's not possible. What Africa needs is contextual intelligence. AI models trained in our languages, cultures, and emotional realities. For example, at AMCAN, we believe in AI by Africans, for Africans, with Africa's consent. Our development process prioritizes data privacy, community feedback. So I think this is how AI will mitigate those risks associated with AI, by creating opportunities for our people, to empower our people, not to use those automation systems to replace them. We can automate systems, but we can't automate humanity.
Absolutely.
So it's left for us to build those AI ethically to empower our people, not to exploit or to displace their jobs. So
thank you so much for that, Mr. Idris. Honestly, I feel like that's the perfect way really to bring this panel to a close. And unfortunately, we lost our panelists who joined us online. Sincere apologies to them. Hello, Mr. Edward, you're back.
I think there was some connection issues, but it's like we're back.
Yes, unfortunately so. Well, we're about rounding off, but I'll just give you 2 minutes to just quickly summarize what you think the risks are involved in using AI in governance.
Well, I think it's been touched upon already in terms of like the biases and the ethics, the inequality, the divide that might be available. Not everyone gets to gain from the upside that comes, the productivity gains that come from, having widespread AI use in our government services or across, communities. Those are the big issues. I think we have to be very cognizant and aware of like how the inequalities would play out, making sure that data is all encompassing and it's not biased. What goes in, the garbage in, garbage out philosophy. And yeah, just keeping a bird's eye view. I mean, I'm of the personal opinion, of course, that the knowledge economy gets affected first, but then the impacts can go broad across your knowledge, your blue collar work and informal economies as well. But we might go through an inflection of again, like the within the knowledge economy, that displacement of work at the start, but then we would see a rebound in terms of new opportunities. So even I'll bring this quote from the NVIDIA president. He mentioned around how your blue collar work in terms of your electricians and plumbing. I'm not sure if I'm still there. It looks like I'm not sure if the connection went.
So go on. Just round up in a couple of seconds, please.
They just black out again. Some okay. Seems they're back or something.
Mr. Edward, can you hear us? Right. Looks like we're off. So we're going to quickly go into the question and answer segment. So please, any questions that you might have or that you might have penned down, we'll just take one or two, please, for a lack of time to go on. If I had my way, I would have kept them here the entire day because there's so much to talk about, honestly, around this issue, AI for social good. But a sincere gratitude to our panelists, honestly, for sharing your wealth of knowledge and experience on this particular topic. It's been an amazing session, honestly. I've enjoyed listening to each and every one of you so much, and I hope to get your contacts so that we can continue the conversation afterwards. But I'll just also tell you that at this juncture, you can begin to put together any final thoughts that you might have so that we can quickly summarize as soon as we take the one or two questions from the audience. So please, by a quick show of hands, do we have any questions in the audience? Where's the mic, please? Okay.
Thank you. Mine is a comment, not a question, and it's on AI for social good. And it's also to lend a voice to what the panelists have said, that AI for social good, the first thing is about trust. What are the philosophies behind the social good? Is it going to be all encompassing, as in ubiquitous, everybody will benefit from it? So that is the underlying foundation. Then the next thing will be the data points. Where are the data points? Are the data points a good source for the data? Like the issue of taxation that was talked about. So let's talk about for personal taxation, that's straightforward. But for corporate taxation now, it is not as straightforward. So like a company that deals in commodity, for instance, how do you validate or verify if the person says they are moving goods from maybe from south to north or north to south, and the attendant people and area boys that they will meet on the way that will collect money from them on the express, even security personnel too that will do that, and all those kind of stuff that are not documented. So how do they put this in their final profit and loss account and everything, and so that you can get the right taxes from them? So some data points are not available for some of these things, but they need to be captured. So data points are one of the places that will need to be looked at. And data points. Then the other thing is just as somebody talked about is identity management. BVN, NIN, TIN, and the rest of it will need to come together on a regulatory platform where it is ensured that the data is consistent across board. The data you have on NIN is consistent with the data you have on BVN, is consistent with the data you have on TIN, so that if you are like address, email, or phone numbers, and the rest, of to needs to be consistent. So data consistency is needed, and then verification, validation are also required. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that question, sir. I would like to.
I'm sorry, we didn't get his name.
Okay. Get your name, sir.
Okpe Lawrence.
Okay.
Okpe Lawrence. Oh, Angela, can I interject here? I would like to say that is more like a feedback and also question all in one. So what I'd like to say, I would like you to talk to the panelists individually so they can give you proper insights if you still need more. Because I would like us to round up this session and move to the last session for today while our energy is still high, because we have someone very important. So we've been talking about Sovereign AI, and this last session is really important so we can close this conference with a big bang. So I'd like our panelists to just share their final messages, and then we can take photos, and then we'll move on to the next session.
Okay, great. So let me start with Mr. Idris then.
Okay, my final say is to policymakers. I'll start with this. AI development without regulations is like building bridges without safety standards. We have seen how unregulated trends from misinformation to data misuse can escalate international challenges. Think of how the kidnapping crisis evolved in this country, starting with an isolated incident in the West and now spreading into a nationwide security concern. This is what happens when small issues go unaddressed. And the same could happen with AI if we don't act early and wisely. So here are my 3 appeals to policymakers. Firstly, prioritize AI literacy certification policy. No one should deploy AI or manage AI without understanding the ethics, privacy, and bias risks. Secondly, enforce data sovereignty laws. African data must empower African people. Thirdly, prioritize partnerships among governments, academia, and startups driving AI for social good, especially in sectors like health, education, and security. So thank you so much. That's my.
All right. Just in a sentence or two, let's be open to the change that's coming. Let's be advocates for the change. Especially because of the quality of people here aligned with this topic. For those of us who are innovators, let compassion drive our reason behind our innovations. And I wish everybody the best.
Thank you so much. I'm just trying to confirm if we have our panelists online so they can also give their final thoughts. 30 seconds, please, each of you. Please, thank you so much, Mr. Paul. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, and a wonderful talk from everyone. So I do think policy, education, and I think some internal governance issues like corruption, they play a very key role here. An example is a final touch to this is a government that will build to use, let's say, $1 billion to build an app, but they need more money to secure it for national security. So the money to secure it, if it's been embezzled, then the system application will be on the phone, not on the system, but it's exposed to everyone around the world, then there will be national crisis. So when corruption and internal government crises are solved, it helps a long way in propagating this legacy into the local applications for social change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. Mr. Edward, you're up. Unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Edward. Honestly, sincere apologies to those of you who joined in online. The network gods have been very unkind to us, but honestly, once again, thank you so much, Mr. Idris, Ms. Sonia, Mr. Edward, Mr. Paul, for engaging on this conversation on AI for social good. from smart governance to sustainable cities. I believe we've done justice to talking about how transformative for us Africa can be on the playing board when we talk about revolutionizing some of our sectors on the African continent. Now, AI, we must ensure that AI serves all Africans, not just a privileged few, and of course address the inequalities while respecting our diverse contexts. The future of Africa's social good lies in our hands, so let's make it a reality together. I'm Angela Agbegi, and I've been your humble moderator.
Angela. Thanks, Angela. Before we go, let's have some photos taken. Yeah, I'll have to try. Okay. Hello, Africa. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Our energy is still up. If your energy is still up, let me see your hands. Energy up, energy up, energy up. All right, great, great. We have less than 30 minutes, 45 minutes to bring today to a close. But before we go, I'd like us to have this one very insightful chat. It's a fireside chat where we're going to be talking about AI, Africa's voice in the global AI order. Okay, I'm going to be speaking with someone very important. But before I start, I'd like to just say a few things here. It's a joy to see so many brilliant minds, builders, and dreamers gathered here for today's conversation. Sovereign Intelligence, Africa's voice in the global AI order, isn't just another tech chat. It's about ownership, it's about voice, it's about identity. Because let's face it, most of the rules about artificial intelligence are being written from far away from here. But can a system truly be called intelligent if it doesn't understand the rhythm of Lagos traffic, the wisdom of an African grandmother, or the innovation that happens in our local markets? If AI doesn't understand when NEPA takes light, can it really call itself smart? Today, we are here to talk about more than just algorithms. We are here to talk about agency. Africa is not consuming the future, we are building it. And the question before us is simple. How do we make sure that the world will listen when Africa speaks? And joining me for this conversation is someone who has spent years building technology, innovation, and business, Mr. Bosun Ayeni, the Managing Director and CEO of Compumetric Solution. He's passionate about technology. Can we see you? Can we have your hands together, please? He's passionate about technology, empowering economies and creating jobs, and most importantly, ensuring Africa leads, not just lags behind. You're welcome, sir. So I'd like to stand here if that's okay. Oh, great. No, you can sit there. Okay, great. Okay. So let's pay attention. It's going to be our last session so that we can have our hearts full, our minds bubbling with questions, and let's see how this goes. So, sir, first of all, I'd like to talk about ownership and power. You know, when we say sovereign intelligence, we've heard this word sovereign a lot. We've heard the word intelligence. I know a lot of us know what intelligence is. But some of us, I know yesterday, might be wondering what is this sovereign thing we're talking about. So sovereign intelligence, we're talking about who owns the brain of the future. How do you think Africa can move from being a data source to being a data authority? Should I take that again? Okay, great. How do you think Africa can move from being a data source to being a data authority?
All right, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here.
You're welcome, sir.
And it's also been a pleasure listening to all the great minds that spoke earlier. So I'll pivot a bit because of the comment from the last session where someone was saying he wasn't hearing enough about sovereignty. So asking how Africa would move from a data source to being a data destination or data provider, I would say you are asking how do we move from being a data consumer or infrastructure or services consumer or to being data sovereign. So a number of the building blocks have been provided in the sessions from yesterday. The first thing to say, if I what cross to mind, I like to take things a bit one level simpler. When you think about sovereignty, what comes to your mind when you think about sovereignty? You think about a self-governing entity, an entity that can create his own rules, manage his own rules, do his own thing. I think a lot of the Gen Z and the digital natives can relate with that. They are almost born sovereign. They do things their way, when they want it, how they want it. So the question is, can a country or can a continent, especially Africa, achieve that status? We all know today, given that in many ways, our